We are now live.
Okay, thank you very much. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the October 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. First, I'd like to just mention this connection we have, our feature we have that allows us to close caption this meeting. So if you're someone that wants to take advantage of that, please do. You can customize the captioning, so please take advantage of this if it's a benefit to you. I also would mention that we'll have a full transcript, written transcript of this meeting available to you if you call Michelle Bolin at ODOT. She can provide that to you. So I want to welcome everyone to our meeting today, and let's make a couple of opening comments. The first is I want to welcome a new member of our commission to his first commission meeting, Commissioner Maurice Henderson. So Maurice has got a deep background in transportation at both in Oregon and beyond, and we look forward to his service. So welcome, Maurice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The other item I want to mention is, and I believe the director will be covering some ground on this in a second, but I want to thank the department for not only its ongoing work on all the things that we're working on with them, and a lot of work that they're doing beyond the scope of what we're focused on at the commission level. But in addition, that in light of the severe wildfires that the state experienced this fall, late summer and fall, that I know that the department is doing tremendous amount of work around the state in terms of our recovery from that event as a state. And I want to compliment all of the people in the department who have stepped up and added a new segment to their work, which is significant and extensive. And I look forward to the director's comments on that. So with that, I welcome everyone. Look forward to a good meeting today and a lot of interesting things on the agenda. So with that, I'll turn to Director Strickler for his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good morning. I just have a few opening comments, and then I did want to provide a little bit of an update on wildfire and wildfire response and how that is impacting our agency and the commission at large. And then also give a little bit of detail around some next steps and what that might mean for us going forward. So a few of the items up front that I will say. In December of 2019, the commission approved a Connect Oregon project dedicating to extend a rail siding along the Amtrak Cascade line in the vicinity of Oregon City. We're pleased to announce that we received notice of a $3.7 million consolidated rail infrastructure and safety improvement federal grant award to rehabilitate the out-of-service rail siding in Oregon City there. This is going to improve travel times and reliability for Amtrak services. So that's new since the last discussion, so I did want to announce that grant. Have several other items, but frankly, I want to reserve the time for a discussion around wildfire and open up to any questions as well. But then right before I do that, I too want to extend my appreciation, congratulations, and welcome to Commissioner Henderson. Commissioner Henderson comes and succeeds Commissioner Callery from Coos Bay. Commissioner Henderson has a significant background not only in transportation, but in public policy and government. We are really excited to have you, excited to work with you, and welcome to the commission, Commissioner.
Thank you, Director.
Jumping into a few wildfire items. So the last time we spoke, Mac Lind gave a significant update on what the impact of the wildfires were having, not just to the state of Oregon, but to our operations. A lot of work has transpired since then. So we still have efforts, we still have sections of roadway that are closed. So if you'll recall, we had over 260 plus miles of roadway that were closed before. we're down to something that's probably around 20 to 40 miles in that range now, and in varying levels of reopening. But I want to transition from that for a moment to the next steps of what those recovery efforts are. In a moment, I'll ask Ms. Baker to also give just a brief description on some terms that I'm using and what that means for legislative process and what we have in front of us. But a quick snapshot is this. We have recently been added to the e-board agenda. The e-board is something that I will let Ms. Baker explain in a little more detail, but what that is a potential for ODOT to step into wildfire recovery in a debris management and debris cleanup effort. If approved through the e-board and in that legislative action, ODOT would be taking on significant actions as it relates to tree removal, and that tree removal would go beyond our right-of-way, and then also into ash and debris removal, which is kind of referenced for home sites and other things across the state that have been impacted. I do want to say that as director and as those that are working on this effort, this is a big task, but it's also one that we take very seriously, and we want to step in and help to the extent that we can, should the legislature approve us to do that. I also want to recognize that there's a significant amount of compassion and empathy that goes into this work effort. We are talking about people's homes. We are talking about a significant impact to people's lives across the state of Oregon. Just as quickly as we can move into some of those cleanup efforts will allow us to then kind of put people in a starting position for them to rebuild. Again, we don't have formal approval at this point, but we do know that we are on the agenda to have a discussion and potentially move forward. I also want to announce that we have put out a notice and a solicitation for a monitoring contract, and that monitoring contract would help us to oversee and maintain FEMA eligibility for the tree removal portion of this work. And that's the work that we've begun, and that contract went out yesterday. So a lot of moving parts in the very near term here, significant effort by the agency. I want to assure you that the efforts for the strategic action plan, as well as other efforts that are ongoing within the agency, are continuing. We are not pausing those efforts in order to do this work. We are a significant contracting arm for the state of Oregon, and that's the role we're stepping into, and we have the ability to handle this work. So with that, I wonder if I could take a moment and pass it off to Ms. Baker so she could give a quick explanation of what e-board means and what that means as far as timing for us, and then we can address any questions. Lindsay?
Wonderful. Good morning, Chairman Brock and members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker, Assistant Director for Government and External Relations. So as Director Strickler mentioned, we will be as an agency before the Emergency Board of the Legislature tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. What that means, so recall, the legislature meets in sort of regular sessions once every year for shorter time periods during even-numbered years and longer time periods during odd-numbered years. In the interim time period, they constitute what's called the Emergency Board, which essentially delegates sort of allocation and appropriation sort of budget authority to a subset of the legislature so that they can take action. Again, it's mostly budgetary action when the legislature as a full body is not in session. So they meet periodically, oftentimes it is during legislative days. But in the light of COVID and wildfires and all that we are experiencing this year, the e-board, the Emergency Board has met a little bit more frequently and also with a little bit more of a sporadic, unpredictable nature, I might say. So they are meeting tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. There are 7 items on the agenda, and of those items, one of those is an item for the Department of Transportation. So as Director Strickler just mentioned, the request before the Emergency Board is for an allocation of a significant amount, $50 million of general fund, as well as the ability, what we call expenditure limitation is essentially the authority and authorization from the legislature given to a state agency to spend money that would be for state highway fund dollars to do some of the hazard tree removal. So I think the one thing I would note from the jump is we have been working in very close coordination with our partners at other state agencies, as well as the governor's office and legislative leadership, to ensure that people sort of understand the full scope of what's being requested and why and what work it's covering and what the timelines that will advance to support the cleanup work and recovery efforts across the state. I would note that the estimates that are included in the amount of work and the cost are really preliminary at this point. I think certainly we have a degree of confidence, but we have a degree of confidence knowing that everything will change. So how do we reconcile that? It's hard to say. The one thing I would note, though, is we maintain a really high level and a close level of coordination and communication so that people are sort of tracking, and legislators are tracking what all work is included, knowing that we will be likely coming back to future, whether it's an emergency board or a special session or a regular session of the legislature, to continue to engage this conversation about how is the work being completed, which is certainly the primary goal, and how is the work being funded, knowing that funding of emergency response and recovery efforts like this are incredibly complicated. So I might pause there to see if there are any questions. The one thing I would note is we are feeling optimistic and again, have had a lot of good conversations with the governor's office and legislative leadership in recent days to be able to successfully and hopefully support this request tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Chair, it looks like you perhaps are speaking, but you might be muted still.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Director Baker and Director Strickler. So I just want to ask a couple of questions, and then if there are questions from other members of the commission, please speak up, fellow commissioners. So the first question I have is, this is, as I understand it, and I know you only have the level of detail you have, and we're having this conversation before you've gone to the e-board, so we should be cognizant of the fact that we're still in the kind of authorization and stage of this, but all indications, at least as far as I'm aware, are that this is likely to go forward. So I guess just to the extent you can, if you could preview how, and maybe this is for both of you probably, but maybe starting with the director, just how you think this affects the workload of the commission and, of the agency, and what you anticipate. Is this going to add another 20% to the workload, another 50% to the workload? It'd be useful for me, at least, suspect all of us on the commission, to have some idea about the kind of the scale and scope of this effort and what it may mean for the department in terms of how much it can take on, how much it is taking on, and what that means in terms of our existing workload.
Yes, I'm happy to answer that, Mr. Chair. So again, Chris Strickler, and I want to say this as we begin. We are anticipating a significant reliance on the private sector as we move forward with this work. So again, as you so rightly mentioned, we are in the preparation stage in anticipation of an action that may come tomorrow at eBoard. Clearly, it's not our decision, but once that decision is made, and if that decision is made in this direction, we want to make sure that we stand ready for that. The significant impact, I think, is twofold. Clearly on resources within the agency, and I say human capital resources, but then also the overall cash flow capacity as we continue to cash flow work of this magnitude. The work effort overall is north of $600 million, likely. That is what we have in the declaration to FEMA. And I do want to note as well that if we were to take on this effort, this would be in a unified command structure. So what that means in short is it would be led by ODOT, Department of Environmental Quality, and Office of Emergency Management. So it's a three-agency leadership. We would be the contracting arm of that in order to carry out significant portions of this work. It's also not the only work that the state has in front of it. And so this is the first step in that response effort. And so there is more to come as we go forward. As we talk about impacts to both people and dollars within the agency, some of that is a little unknown, but I will tell you that we are preparing right now to put together, and we already have some thoughts around an organizational structure that will allow us to continue work efforts, at least on the human capital side, to recognize that we have a lot of work that's going on within the agency. We have the strategic action plan priorities that we've been working on for months with the commission, and all of those efforts need to continue to go forward. We don't anticipate a slippage in those work efforts. We think that we've got an organizational structure that can accommodate those things as we go. That is due to the heavy reliance that we're anticipating on the private sector, so it's through that contracting effort. We have great people that can step into the fold in both cases, and so we think that we've got the ability to manage that, and we're very comfortable with some of the organizational structures that we have. I will say that there are some efforts that we have to continue to think about, and frankly, we've been thinking about in light of potential budget implications that are coming into the future that we've been talking with the commission about over the last several months. We will continue to evaluate those ways to be efficient and continue to look at ways to help with that operating budget deficit that we're anticipating into the future. As we think about the financial resource, we clearly have to move forward and be able to cash flow a contracting mechanism as we go forward, hence the ask going in front of the legislative body for e-board and the declaration and the information that's gone to FEMA. Our hope is that with this ask, we're able to trigger an early infusion of funding to come in from FEMA that will help us to kind of cash flow a significant element of this work on both sides, on the tree removal side and also on the ash and debris removal side. So we'll have more ongoing conversations. I don't have a percentage that would say it's going to be a 10, 20, 30% impact. But if you think about a cost share of FEMA being right now 75% anticipated, 25% cost share being anticipated on the non-federal share, that's the kind of numbers we're talking about right now as it relates to what the state obligation might be for this effort. Again, cash flow is very important. I've used that term a few times. We have to be able to maintain that contract cash flow so that we can pay the contractors so that they can keep working. So it's much more than just the final number at the end. It's also how are we controlling those monthly cash flows to make sure that we've got enough reserves in the bank in order to pay those contractors as they do that work. Lindsay, would you add anything else to that?
Thank you, Director. Just quickly, one follow-up, and then others on the commission may wish to ask questions. But could you talk about likely time frame, at least for the kind of the big bulk of the work? And also, could you speak for a second about the extent to which we're going to be focusing, and I hope it's to a great extent, on local private sector providers to provide these services? We obviously have a lot of businesses in the state that have expertise in areas of debris removal, cleanup, disposal of materials. I'm hoping your answer is going to be we're going to be sending a lot of that work to local businesses.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, great questions. So let me first give you the timelines. As we think about the tree removal side, we are fairly certain we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 to 300,000 hazard trees that are on the landscape that we have to address. That's a significant effort. We anticipate that to be a 6 to 9 month process once contracts begin. So that can give you kind of an idea of how long that may take. On the ash and debris side, we would anticipate a 9 to 18 month window roughly to kind of conduct that cleanup. It's important to note that that cleanup is very different from hazard tree removal, and I think that's obvious on the surface, but part of that has to do with the fact that ash and some of the debris we might find is hazardous. And so we have to leave any site that we clean up in an area where a toddler could essentially play in that area without getting hurt. That's kind of our metric that says this is what we need to leave behind. As we think about contracting in the state, clearly with FEMA dollars at play, as well as the work efforts that we have in our contract mechanisms within ODOT, this will be a competitively bid type environment. We will be looking for, we will be soliciting proposals coming in from qualified contractors, et cetera. That said, we are reinforcing for everybody the significance of bringing in the local workforce, getting people back to work, employing the disadvantaged and minority population that are capable of doing this work and bringing them in and having them dive into really repairing their own communities in many ways, Mr. Chair. And so as we think about those work efforts and what we are saying out loud, clearly we have our contract mechanisms and the contract law that we have to make sure that we keep intact in order to make sure we're eligible for those FEMA dollars, but we are reinforcing why it's so important for us to bring others into the fold that locally can do this work, both from a capacity and speed standpoint. We see that as beneficial, but also it will help on what we're anticipating to be our approach going forward, which is a state-led effort that is locally coordinated. We don't want to come in as the state and say, we'll let you know when we're done. We want to do this in cooperation and coordination with each of the counties and each of the local jurisdictions that are impacted here. This is a very important effort for us as we go forward.
Thank you, Director. Turn to other members of the commission for questions on this subject. Okay, hearing none. You want to wrap up your report, Director?
My wrap up is simply a thank you to the commission, a recognition that timing and those contract durations that I mentioned before are in that 6 to 9 month and then 9 to 18 month window. But the decision on potential contracts, should we get an affirmative action out of the E-Board, are imminent. They are within the next several days so that we can get those contract efforts going. The Oregonians that are impacted by this significant wildfire event are waiting and hurting, and we need to get to work. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you for the time. We're happy to answer any questions as we go along the way.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Assistant Director Baker, for the report. We appreciate it. I would just say this is a very significant moment, and I'll describe this as both a challenge and an opportunity for the Commission to support and for the Department to lead on what is obviously a front and center issue in the state. And this is obviously a very large undertaking with complexity and coordination, as you're saying, Director, in terms of private parties and the federal government, and so we and the local governments. And so we look forward to periodic updates on this, and certainly support the efforts, and think it's flattering that the agency is being considered to take on this leadership role. I think it speaks to the department's capabilities, organizational strengths, and experience at this, doing not exactly this kind of thing, but doing other work that is that makes us a logical organization to turn to. So congratulations, Director, to the department for being looked to, even though it's, I'm sure, foreboding to think about getting all this work done in a quick and efficient manner. Okay, any other comments on this? If not, we're going to turn to public comment. This meeting will be our first meeting in which we will have try and have live public comments. Trigger something. There we go. So as I was saying, this is the first time we've tried, we've instituted live public comment since we've gone virtual. Until now, we've been taking written public comment, and I encourage everyone to continue, even if you're going to speak, to provide written comment. It's very helpful to us as we look back on what people have said, that we not only have our notes and the video, but that we have written comments. So even if you're going to speak, it would be great if you could also submit a written comment. This is the first month we're trying this, so there may be a little bit of a shakedown here as we attempt to do this. We asked people to who wanted to speak orally this morning to sign up by 4 p.m. yesterday. It's my understanding that a total of 3 commenters who signed up. So we hear from them this morning, and if those that did not sign up for this meeting, that want to speak to us, please sign up for the December meeting if you didn't sign up for this one. So with that, I will turn it over to Michelle Boland to make an announcement with respect to the comments before we proceed to take comment. Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we do actually only have 2 public commenters this morning. So
Okay.
First, I'll begin by announcing the caller's first name. As I unmute you, please state your full name and item number you are calling in to comment on. Please be mindful you have 3 minutes for your comment. Beginning with Shirley, please announce your full name and item number you are commenting on.
This is Shirley Craddock, Metro Counselor. This is Shirley Craddock, Metro Counselor. I don't have the item number before me. I'm testifying regarding the step.
That's fine. Counselor Craddock, welcome to our meeting, and we're delighted you're participating and look forward to your comments on the 24-27 STIP process. And we have your written comments as well. So please proceed.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity. Chair Van Brocklin and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, thank you very much for this time today. My name is Shirley Craddock. I am a Metro Counselor, and I chair the Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation, or JPAC. The members of JPAC and the Metro Council really appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments on the development of the 2024-2027 STIP, as well as the thorough work you've been doing regarding the process of the STIP this year, both the Oregon Transportation Commission and ODOT. Our written comment is before you on our behalf of JPAC and the Metro Council. So I'm not here today to take your time on your busy agenda to reiterate these comments, but I am here to emphasize, Chair and Commissioners, this is a consensus of JPAC. The members had a very robust discussion at our October meeting in order to bring these comments for your consideration. As you know, Metro is the MPO for the Portland region, serving 23 cities in Clackamas, Multnomah, and Washington County. JPAC is the Policy Advisory Committee to the MPO. Our submitted comments convey the collective input of our elected officials throughout the entire Metro region. We understand the challenging discussion the Commission faces with a number of difficult choices to make, which will set the course of the direction of the 2024-2027 STIP. Because of this, we urge the Commission to delay your decision until January 2021. This will allow stakeholders the time to digest the evaluation of the investment scenario options. It will be able to coordinate with the Region 1 Act and other stakeholder groups and provide the Commission feedback that helps identify potential solutions to the challenging decisions that you must make. So we hope you will seriously consider our request and postpone your decision until January. And so we thank you very much for this thoughtful consideration. And again, thank you for this time today.
Thank you very much, Counselor. We appreciate your taking the time to join us. And I read your and Lynn Peterson's letter on behalf of JPAC and the Metro Council. I appreciate it. That was well done. And when we get to the item later in our agenda, the 2024-2027 STIP discussion, certainly consider your request. So thank you very much again, Shirley. Okay, Michelle, I have off the list we had from last night, there was Wayne and let's see, Wayne Webke and Robinson Foster. It sounds like one of them is not speaking today.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So Wayne did jump on the comment line, so we will save him for the third public commenter, so he'll be our last commenter.
But next,
Okay.
we will invite Robinson. Please state your name and please state your full name for the record and the item number you are commenting on, or if it's just a general comment, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I start, Robinson Foster, Western Affairs, Steel Interstate Coalition, a nonprofit 501c3. I don't see an agenda item listed for the Millersburg project, meaning the Mid-Willamette Valley Intermodal Center, which should be on the agenda. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. So here's my pitch. Better investing $22 million in Connect Oregon funds in Millersburg means learning more about 5 scenarios to make our $25 million Connect Oregon investment more effective and efficient. First, why not open Millersburg to all railroads? Why spend public funds to strengthen one railroad oligopoly over another when the other may compete at a lower price and within the same 3-day transit time or better? Second, why not run the Millersburg service right behind a Cascade service passenger train to complete 1 round trip per day between Millersburg and Tacoma, Seattle? After all, the public has invested in track infrastructure, and this will bring the service closer to highway transit time, better attract customers, maximize the productive use of transportation assets, minimize inventory holding cost, and more. Third, why not incent the operator and railroads to work together to minimize cost by requiring them to share the revenue pool? Each would be paid variable cost, fixed cost, and profit in turn as available. After all, to generate Millersburg traffic in the first place, the public is taking on the risk of a major $25 million investment. The operator, yet to be named, will be taking on its own investment risk. Why shouldn't the railroad take a similar risk? Fourth, why not learn more about significantly reducing commercial highway traffic with roll-on, roll-off service, RoRo for short? After a business feasibility assessment, Millersburg may be used to operate a demonstration service to prove that any highway legal vehicle may quickly and safely drive on, ride and drive off RoRo equipment. That truckers using RoRo may have an advantage in both cost and transit time, competing with truckers who do not use RoRo. Fifth, as of September 30th, key Millersburg project milestone deadlines set by you, the Oregon Transportation Commission, have not been met. Why not learn more about replacing Millersburg with a RoRo demonstration service under the principles of the scenarios above? RoRo requires virtually no terminal investment compared to Millersburg as planned. RoRo carries international containers too. Is leverage needed? Leverage the RoRo operator and railroads with a commitment that the Oregon legislature will invest $22 million in Connect Oregon funds on Cascade Corridor track infrastructure improvements as checklisted in the Oregon State Rail Plan Appendix C. That would be instead of building the Millersburg terminal as planned. How may the Oregon Transportation Commission and the nonprofit 501c3 Rail Solution, my organization, doing business as the Steel Interstate Coalition, an iconoclastic group of career transportation industry professionals, work together to complete a business feasibility assessment of these 5 scenarios? From you, the Oregon Transportation Commission, at the least, we'd appreciate a letter of authority with which we may fundraise to cover the work. At the most, we'd appreciate a matching grant or full funding to give us a budget to work with, similar to what has already been given to the Tioga Group. I appreciate taking time for questions and answers either now or as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you very much, Mr. Foster. We appreciate your comment and take your comments under consideration. And again, thank you for commenting, and thank you, if you have written testimony, for submitting that as well into our record.
Yeah, Michelle will pass it off to you. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Michelle?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So next, and last but not least, we have Wayne. Wayne, please state your full name and the item number you are commenting on. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is, good morning, Chair Van Brockman and Commissioners. I don't know if any of the others are still there, but good morning to them too. My name is Wayne Webke. I'm the president of the Friends of the M. Halis Westsider Trail. The M. Yamhill West Sider Trail is a partnership between our group, our nonprofit group, and Yamhill County. We do have a letter in front of you, and as it states in the first paragraph, my reason for being here today is that we do see a real threat to an important transportation corridor in Yamhill County. And that's not just a threat to the current project, which is trying to convert the abandoned railroad to a recreational trail, but to any future transportation use as well. A little history, it goes back when Southern Pacific was abandoning. They last abandoned this railroad section, and that's where I got involved. It was a safety issue then because somebody had gotten killed trying to go to school between Carlton and Yamhill, which is a consolidated school district, and that's how we got in trouble. The issue started with a change in politics, commissioner ratio. We have 3 commissioners. We've always had a supporting commission of at least 2. This coming year, it'll be 2 opponents, both having publicly stated that giving it back to the farmers should be the solution, which they've never had, but that might be beside the point. It's been an active railroad since 1872 up until it started being abandoned in 1984 and then finally in 1981. Our concern is that losing not only the trail completion, but the right-of-way and corridor for any future transportation use. We're looking at solutions. We're in communication. We, ODOT, and some of our board members. I see Director Strickler was there this morning. I'm on both your Apex on the computer and on the phone here. And he has been brought up to speed by Cooper Brown, his assistant, who is looking at one of the options is possible rail banking with the rail division. So my purpose today is bringing this to your attention and asking you to recognize the seriousness of the threat and to support and encourage ODOT to find a way to save this transportation corridor. We see it as a crucial corridor. I'm not sure if it's on the ODOT transportation plan, but it's on the transportation systems plan for 5 jurisdictions here, including both Yamhill County and Washington County. So anything you can do to push and help, we appreciate that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webke. We really appreciate your being here. And everyone that you mentioned from ODOT is listening. Some of them have got their video blocked right now, but all the members of the commission and those that you've mentioned in your comments are all listening to your testimony live right now. So thank you for your submission of written comments as well. We really appreciate your being here.
Well, thank you for listening.
You're welcome. Okay, with that, I believe that ends the public comment portion of our meeting. Michelle, could you confirm that?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, great. So we're going to move on to agenda item D, urban mobility, and we have a group from our ODOT Urban Mobility Office led by Urban Mobility Office Director Brendan Fend, Deputy Director Della Mosier, Whole Program Director Lucinda Broussard, Rose Quarter Project Director Megan Channel, I-205 Project Director Mandy Putney, and I think for the first time ever presenting, our new Interstate Bridge Replacement Program Administrator Greg Johnson. So welcome to you all. Special welcome to Greg for joining us, and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Yeah, Brendan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of the Urban Mobility Office. And Mr. Chair, as you just stated, I brought the whole crew with me. We're excited to give you a bit of an update today, as well as some other introductions. We'll keep this pretty crisp as we move forward. And go ahead, Michelle, and go to that next slide. As promised at each meeting, I will start off with our timeline. As I've mentioned in the past, this is subject to change, but this is currently where we stand and where we have stood. So they don't have anything to report now, but we will in December be coming back with the implementation plan for the comprehensive congestion management plan. There might be some tweaks here, so no spoiler alert yet. We're still working out the details there, but I do like to start with this slide, commissioners, just to give you that overall picture of timing and the projects and programs that are within our portfolio. But as I mentioned, the comprehensive congestion management plan, I do want to go to the next slide and pull up the map and hand it off to Deputy Director Della Mosier to kind of walk through some of the high points here, get you refamiliarized with the plan and this visual, and then I'll jump back in at the end and we'll move forward. So Della, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Brendan. For the record, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, my name is Della Mosier, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Urban Mobility Office. The map you see before you today is one that we've shared with the Commission over the past few months. The map is in draft form and continues to evolve as the Urban Mobility Office, at the Commission's direction, strives to address congestion in the Portland area comprehensively. The plan is holistic in that it includes significant proposed investments across all modes, from major interstate systems such as I-5 and I-205, to transit investments by our partners at TriMet, and improvements from the Metro-led regional bond measure, which will be decided in the November election. The plan also includes significant investments for those who use bikeways or walkways within the ODOT-led priority projects, such as Interstate Bridge, Rose Quarter, I-205, and OR 217. What is not shown on this map are our intentional efforts around engaging our communities, partners, and stakeholders, as these investments are not meant to only address congestion, but to address equity and incorporate our climate goals in alignment with the Commission's Strategic Action Plan priorities. With that, I'll turn it to Brendan, who will describe the Urban Mobility Office's next steps at the Commission's direction for this comprehensive approach to congestion management.
Thanks, Della. And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would like to just take one brief moment in recognition of Deputy Director Della Mosier, who last night received the Daily Journal of Commerce for Oregon's Woman of Vision Award. So we're really proud of Della. We get to see it every day and experience it, but I think it's worthy of mentioning that today. So congratulations again, Della. So Commissioners, we wanted to, again, let you know we're listening. At your last meeting, you directed us to proceed to ensure that this plan is being constructed in collaboration with our regional partners and stakeholders. And to that end, the Urban Mobility team has been on a bit of a virtual roadshow, I'd say, going around the region, talking to various groups and various stakeholders about the plan and kind of the intentional approach that you've directed us on addressing climate, equity, revenue stability, and management of the system, which is key. I can report back that those conversations are going very well. It's being well received, in particular that comprehensive approach that we continue to reiterate, and that these aren't a bunch of unconnected projects that are in isolation. This is part of a larger plan. I know I seem like a broken record as you hear me say that, but per your direction at the last meeting, we will be back in December with the proposal for investment and implementation of the plan and the agency-led priority investments that you see here. But at the heart of the holistic approach and what ties all these pieces together is the toll program and how it generates the revenue needed, and as well as management of the system on the I-5 and I-205 corridors. So with that tee up, I want to turn it over to our very talented program director of the toll program, Lucinda Broussard. Lucinda, I'll turn it over to you for a quick update.
You're on mute, Lucinda.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I was going well. So thank you, Brendan. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan, and good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Again, for the record, I'm Lucinda Broussard, the Toll Program Director. I want to keep in step with us as we introduce tolls in the region. On August 3rd, we began a 45-day virtual comment period for the I-205 toll project, reaching out to the public, our stakeholders, and agency partners to share with us their feedback on our project's purpose and need, goals and objectives, and toll options. This information is needed to enter into the National Environmental Policy Act process. The 45-day comment period was extended an additional 30 days due to wildfires burning in Clackamas County. We concluded the comment period just last Friday on the 16th. We received over 4,000 comments during this period and are now in the process of coding those. We'll have a summary of that work at the end of the year, and in early 2021, we'll have analyzed and incorporated the comments we received and provide a recommendation to go forward into the environmental review process. The second item I want to bring to your attention is on October 15th, we released a request for proposal for a general toll consultant. There's great interest in the toll industry on Oregon's toll program, first ever, and they're very interested. And we're expecting more than a few bidders. We plan to execute that contract early 2021. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it back to Deputy Director Della Mosier.
Good morning. Thank you, Lucinda. Again, for the record, Della Mosier. Michelle, could you please advance us 2 slides? One more. Excellent. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce our project director for the I-205 Stafford Road to OR 213 House Bill 2017 project, Mandy Putney. Mandy was selected after a very competitive recruitment process over this past summer that included stakeholders from the region that participated on the hiring panel and helped us select Mandy to lead this really important effort. Mandy was selected because of her strong existing relationships with our stakeholders in the vicinity of the I-205 project that she developed over the past 3 to 4 years in her various leadership roles in Region 1. With 17 years of major project development, including significant mega projects in the Puget Sound area and the previous interstate bridge replacement efforts, we welcome Mandy and her leadership on the I-205 project. And with that, I will turn it over to I-205 Project Director Mandy Putney.
You're muted.
You can't hear me?
We can now.
Okay, great. Michelle, would you mind moving it forward 1 slide? Thank you for those welcoming remarks, Deputy Director Mosier. Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Mandy Putney, Project Director for the I-205 Improvements Project. It's a pleasure to be here before you in this new role. Today, I'll provide a brief update of the I-205 improvements planned between Stafford Road and Oregon 213, as well as an update on the current installation of real-time travel signs in this area. The I-205 Improvements Project will allow I-205 to function as the north-south travel option following a significant earthquake once the Abernethy Bridge and the 8 other bridges in the project area are updated or replaced. Once completed, the Abernethy Bridge will be ODOT's first seismically resilient interstate structure across the Willamette River. The project will also replace the Oregon 43 interchange with a roundabout, and it will complete the 205 corridor by adding the missing 3rd lane in each direction.
I'm happy to report that the design continues on schedule by ODOT and our consultant team for this 7-mile-long project. We've just reached the 60% design milestone for phase 1. That's the yellow section on this map between Oregon 213 and 10th Street, including the Abernethy Bridge. And we will be at 60% design on the rest of the corridor by the end of the year. That's the blue section on this map showing phase 2. ODOT has worked closely with local partners, including Oregon City and Westland, to develop the project. We appreciate their time and constant partnership in our work. I'll now go to the next slide, Michelle, provide a quick update on the real-time sign installation. This installation is very successful as real-time signs are being installed on I-205 between I-5 and Oregon 212. Travel advisory signs, travel time signs, and traveler information signs give drivers an early warning of congestion, encouraging them to slow down, approach stopped or slowed vehicles at a reasonable speed, and therefore avoid crashes. These signs are part of a region-wide strategy to improve road safety and to help drivers make better informed decisions about their travel routes. The real-time signs should be operational by the end of the year and will be helpful for future construction of the 205 Improvements Project. That includes my brief updates, and I will now turn the presentation over to Rose Quarter Project Director, Megan Channel.
Thank you, Mandy. And I want to confirm, can everyone hear me? Yes?
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Michelle, would you mind going to the next slide, please? Thank you. All right. Well, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Thank you for having us here this morning. Again, for the record, I'm Megan Channel, the Rose Quarter Project Director, here to provide a brief update on the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. The next slide. So first, I want to start just by providing a status update on how we're rounding out our team with our Construction Management General Contractor, CMGC. So as you know, we're contracting with the Hamilton-Sunt joint venture team and expecting to have that executed contract and begin onboarding this important partner in our work next month. And Hamilton-Sunt joint venture will be joining us early in the design process, bringing innovation to our project design and helping us really hone in on our delivery schedule, our design opportunities to make sure that we're responsive to and addressing stakeholder and community input, all the while managing risk. And furthermore, with the CMGC team joining us, it allows us to shift our work on the DBE or Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program and workforce program into action. And with the 18 to 22% goal for the DBE work for this contract, this project again will provide significant opportunities from an economic perspective for our small business and DBE community partners. In the next slide, moving forward, just wanted to identify that we're nearing some key milestones, including the completion of the NEPA decision document in coordination with FHWA. And later this fall, we'll also be reaching the 20% design milestone. And this really builds from the 15% design milestone that I spoke of at our last briefing, and will be responsive to partner and stakeholder feedback that we have received over the past year, building from that 15% design mark. I also want to note that we've made an adjustment to the 30% design milestone, which is where our design assumptions begin to transition into established design concepts. And we've shifted this to fall of 21 to ensure that the good work of the independent highway cover assessment is complete prior to the 30% design mark, specifically to inform our design options and concepts for the highway covers. And this will also provide additional time for the newly formed Historic Albina Advisory Board to have that meaningful engagement in shaping design early in our process. And our design work will continue through 2022 and into 23 with expected completion and construction starting in late 23. And next slide, please. So through all of this work, we'll continue to work under the values that have been established by the Executive Steering Committee for the project. These include focus on restorative justice, community input and transparent decision-making, a focus on multimodal mobility, and a focus on climate action and improved public health.
And of course, we'll continue this work in line and with the project governance structure and partner and community guidance therein. And that includes our work with the Executive Steering Committee, the soon-to-be stood-up Historic Albina Advisory Board, and the Community Oversight Advisory Committee. And finally, we're continuing to work with and support the Independent Highway Cover Assessment Team as they begin their work to evaluate the project's highway design covers and again, provide design options for those elements. We're currently working directly with Metro and Portland Public Schools to support this work, but ultimately the Independent Cover Assessment Team is reporting to and being directed by the Executive Steering Committee. And so next spring, you'll be receiving the Executive Steering Committee's recommendations on the highway cover design options. So we look forward to our continued work with our partners and engaging more with the community as we move forward. And with that, that completes my update, and I'll turn it back over to Urban Mobility Office Director Finn.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. And just as a side, I've been sitting in on a lot of the Independent Cover Assessment Team meetings. It's groundbreaking work. I really can't wait until the commission gets to get briefed and see what they're doing there. It's as I said, someone's got to put them up for an American Planning Association award. It was just it's great work. Next slide, please. Thank you, Michelle. And you've seen this slide before. This is exciting for me. Kind of an honor. I've talked up Greg to you, commissioners. Commissioner Henderson, I've been able to talk with you since your appointment about Greg, our new Interstate Bridge Program Administrator. Not so new anymore. It feels like we've been in a lot of meetings and done a lot of presentations. I know I talked up Greg a lot in some of our past meetings, and I'll just say he's fitting the bill and doing it all, and he's been a lot of fun to work with, but he's really dived in, getting a lot done, and a great partnership with our colleagues up in Washington as well. So I've given you his bio before. He's obviously got a tremendous resume of things that he's done in the past, both in the private and public sector, but we've really enjoyed having him on as part of the tangential part of the team here and working together, making sure everything's coordinated. So Greg's here today, honored to introduce him officially to the commission and have him give a brief update here on the IBR program. Excuse me. I'll turn it over to you, Greg. Thanks.
Thank you, Brendan. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Greg Johnson. I'm the Interstate Bridge Program Replacement Administrator. Mr. Chairman, it's good to see you again. So it's been 4 months. It's been a whirlwind 4 months since I came on board as a program manager, and we are accomplishing a lot of things. So if we could move on to the next slide. So one of the first things that has happened is we brought on a general engineering consulting firm to help us with the behind the scenes work that's necessary for a project of this size. So WSP is on board, and we are forming teams and doing technical work as well as the communication and outreach work. So one of the other key things that's not on the slide, we have brought on a new deputy administrator to help with the program. So Ray Mabey, who some of you will recognize that name. Ray is the state bridge engineer for ODOT, and he has agreed to come on board as a deputy for the Interstate Bridge Program. So Ray brings an excellent history and skill set to the team, and will be able to represent ODOT's viewpoint as well as bring ODOT resources to the table. So once again, this slide is just saying that we are moving forward. So let's go to the next slide. So this slide is looking at the major milestones associated with the project. So as you can see, the project was officially restarted in 2019. there was a partnering session with all of the partnering agencies that are relevant to this project that happened back in the spring. So that began the NEPA reevaluation. So stakeholders have been reached out to, teams have been formed. We have an executive steering group team. Their first meeting will be in early November. We are in the process of forming a community advisory group, and we will be taking applications and notifying folks of their membership and representation on that team in November and December, with the anticipated start in January. And finally, we have also stood up, or are in the process of standing up, an equity team that will be looking at issues of equity related to every issue. And that doesn't mean that the other teams will also not be considering equity, but this team will specifically be able to dive deeply into equity issues related to this project. So we have a December 1st conceptual finance plan report out to the legislature, which our team is diligently working on. And we have some other key dates of the NEPA process and completing that to demonstrate to the Federal Highway Administration that we are moving forward on this project. So the last date out on this chart shows completion of right-of-way acquisition and beginning construction in 2025. I'm hoping that we can compress that schedule and get some construction and approval started before that date. But once again, it is a large undertaking, and the team is working together very well to make sure this stays on track. So with that, I will turn it back to Brendan.
Thank you, Greg. Next slide, Michelle. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think we kept that right at about 20-25 minutes. So well-oiled machine. A lot of content there. Obviously, with this slide, we want to express our appreciation from the entire team for your guidance, direction, and support. And at this point, we gave you a lot to digest. We obviously want to answer any questions and get any feedback from the commission on what's being presented today. So, Mr. Chair, I will turn it back over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Brendan, and thank the entire team. That was a great presentation at the right level for the moment. I know we'll have to drill deeper into certain items as they require our attention at greater levels of detail and granularity. But I'm very impressed. It's a great presentation and a very talented team of people we have working on urban mobility. Three quick congratulations. One to Mandy for her selection to be I-205 project director. That's a great decision, and she'll do a great job. So congratulations to you, Mandy. Second, congratulations to Della on her award. That's prestigious and well-deserved and well-earned. And finally, congratulations to Greg for completing his first presentation to us and for joining our team. And finally, congratulations to Brendan for leading this group. There are lots of challenges all around the state. We've heard this morning about the fires, which is a challenge in many counties around the state. This team is focused on Portland metro area urban mobility, and it just shows those are two examples that show the range of things in which we're involved. And so I congratulate the team and all the good work you've done to date, and more to come. With that, I would open it for questions by the commission. We have a few minutes for questions to this team. Are there any?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Smith speaking. My question relates to the Rose project, and I note that we are pausing or delaying the design work in order for the highway cover analysis to be conducted with our community partner, and I think that's a great strategy. My question is, what does that do to our overall schedule? And if it does have an impact, are we able to make up that time? Because it does have budgetary impacts to the overall project. And I'm not sure who to ask the question of.
Commissioner Smith, this is Megan. I'm happy to take that one, and thank you for the question. I'll note the shift for the 30% design. Originally, we were planning to have that be in spring of 21. It's now fall of 21. So it's a matter of months. And in bringing on the CMGC, one of the first tasks that we'll be doing is looking holistically at the project development schedule and how we can hone in our schedule, even with that 60% or with the 30% mark shifting a couple months there. We're still tracking being able to begin construction in 2023. I think the main question on the table is around early work packages and the timing of those, but that'll be something that we'll be talking about with our CMGC partner.
Great, thank you.
Did you have a follow-up, Commissioner Smith?
No, this is Commissioner Smith. That answered my question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for asking.
I had a quick one.
Yeah, Vice Chair Simpson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And actually, good question, Commissioner Smith, because I would assume that's gonna kind of float around this conversation a lot going forward, especially as we get through November. So tables will shift a little bit, and we'll see how it plays itself out in the metro region and this whole conversation on the Rose Quarter. But I wanted to first and foremost congratulate Della on the acknowledgement and the award. I was looking for the emoji, Michelle, for like the hand clap, but then I realized we're not even on Zoom, so it didn't work. But I just wanted to make sure that Della heard it from me, that I wanted to congratulate her on her work. I think she does great work, and I'm just glad that it's being acknowledged. And then second, I wanted to just say I'm really excited that Mandy's going to be working on the 205 work. Did a lot of work with Mandy when we were going through congestion pricing work, and it was a pleasure working with her. And so I definitely think she'll be a valuable resource for the rest of the commission in terms of providing just updates and feedback. Obviously, she's got a big Goliath that she's working with over there with no money, and so it'll be exciting to kind of see how she works through those waters, because I'm sure it's not going to be as simple as it may look on the outside. So good luck with that, Mandy, and just wanted you to know that we are here to help. And then lastly, this just a real quick question as it pertains to the work over in that southeast section, Clackamas County. I guess this is probably the question for Della specifically, or maybe the team or Brendan for that matter. I was just curious about whether or not if there was any consideration as we're thinking urban mobility. Are we taking into consideration any of what we've experienced as of late with wildfires in Clackamas County and the impacts that would have on mobility if it were to get worse or come even in closer proximity to more populated areas? So I didn't know if that became part of a conversation internally or not, and how we plan to address it, because I would assume, given climate change and everything we're dealing with, that wildfires, as we've seen it over the past several years, are starting to become more and more violent in Oregon, and clearly it's coming closer into the urban core. So it's not to prioritize urban communities over rural, but it seems like it's becoming a trend for our state. And so I'm just curious whether or not if that's going to play into anything that we're doing around that southeast portion of the region in terms of planning efforts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simpson, and I'll go ahead and take a shot at this and then defer to Brendan to fill in any points I've missed. I'd just like to maybe just take a more holistic step backwards and share with the Commission that many of the ODOT employees in the Highway Division, which is where I came from, participate in National Incident Management System training. And so when we talk about how we get folks out of areas that are impacted by fires, there are many of us who have spent time in mock emergency operations centers. Director Strickler mentioned previously the Incident Command Center. And so many of us are trained and participate and did participate in the Emergency Operations Center, many folks from Region 1, and that was led by the State Fire Marshal during the Clackamas County event. So we have intricate knowledge, I guess, of what it takes to move people out during the actual event. As far as planning for long term, we have a lot of opportunity over the next year to work with Amanda Peets in our climate office about how we can modify and incorporate opportunities to be even more ready for events that aren't anticipated, that do develop quickly, and how we can make our permanent infrastructure investments forward compatible with temporary and immediate needs to move people out of areas of harm, as well as to work operationally with our maintenance folks to ensure that we can make the adjustments in real time through the emergency operations centers to accommodate those needs. So with that, I'll defer to Brendan, and of course, happy to answer further. Vice Chair Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Della. I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Vice Chair. One of the things I don't think we get the chance to say enough in these updates is while we're at the Urban Mobility Office and we're working on our projects, programs, and plans, we're one ODOT. And one of the things just yesterday, we have biweekly calls. We're under the operations division led by the leadership of Cooper Brown. He brings us together. We stay in close contact with Karen Rowe and her team in all the regions in coordinating and learning about what they're learning. What's happened in, obviously, with the wildfires is unprecedented. It's something we've not experienced before. The agency is stepping in ways that it never has before, and I think we're going to learn a lot from how Mac and his team has responded. So we're sharing all that information. We're going to be prepared, the Urban Mobility Office, to understand what's happening on the periphery of the region and how this might impact some of the things that we're working on and how it might affect the regional planning efforts. But it's something I don't get to say amongst this group, but there's a tremendous amount of coordination, and we're part of a bigger team that's learning a lot this year. And we look forward to sharing that information to make sure we're in coordination with all our other branches and divisions here in ODOT.
Thank you, sir. One last follow-up comment is just that I know we have Amanda coming up to talk, to provide an update on climate, and then Lindsay with some comms agenda item coming up. But if we can actually link those two together, I think there is an opportunity here to convey a message to the broader public. I think it's not a boast or brag, I don't think, but I do think it's important that people understand the role ODOT plays in some of these, catastrophic events, and it's not just about highway systems. There's so many other roles and benefits that the agency plays on the quality of life for folks and Oregonians. And so for me, I just think, I don't know how we approach it or attack it. I'm going to probably lean on Lindsay with that, but I definitely think there needs to be some kind of communication or messaging just to let people know, because I would assume a lot of people would have no idea that ODOT is playing a substantial role in this cleanup process. Now we'll see how the e-board situation plays itself out, alluding to Director Strickler's comments earlier today. But if it all goes well and ODOT's playing a major role in the, I guess, procurement of the cleanup process, I definitely think that needs to be messaged to the broader public, because I would assume a lot of folks have no idea that Metro or ODOT is helping in this effort significantly. So,
yeah, I think that's a very good comment, Commissioner Simpson, and it's one that I've been talking to the director and Assistant Director Baker about. I do think it's a moment for increased visibility of the department in light of the role, and it's exemplative, as you're saying, of the way that we play in really on a regular basis on a wide range of things. We get pigeonholed a little bit by some commenters about our work, and the fact is you're reflecting, and I agree. It's an organization that is playing a number of critical roles around the state, and they differ depending on what part of the state you're talking about. But if you just look at it comprehensively, it's a major effort. So as you say, we'll see whether we get authorized here in the next several days to begin. And then at that point, what we've been talking about would be a time to look for some kind of, I would say, affirmative, proactive communication on this, because our role is really going to be critical in response to the devastation that's occurred around the state as a consequence of these fires. And it's not, as you're suggesting, something that people would logically connect us to, but in fact, we're going to be the lead state agency in the effort in many respects. So I agree completely, and I think when we get to Lindsay and Amanda coming up, we should definitely keep that in the forefront of the questioning we have. So any other questions? Commissioner Simpson, did you have a further follow-up? Okay. Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Henderson, questions of this panel?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Of course. Commissioner.
I want to thank Commissioner Simpson for bringing this up, because, as you know, my community was really devastated by the fires. And I know when I spoke to Mr. Lynn yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, and we were talking about the cleanup efforts that are happening here in the Southern Oregon area. The thing that keeps really pressing on me was the gridlock that we experienced during the evacuations. And when I think about the metropolitan area, it scares me to death. If you went to an evacuation situation and the bottlenecks we have on our major highways, it's something that we really do need to think about. So I'm glad you brought this up, because I think in this planning process, this is one, we've talked about safety. This is one of the areas where I think there's an opportunity to really look at that piece and get the state emergency plan in place to really think about how you would evacuate a metropolitan area. These fires, unless you've been down here and looked at the devastation, looking at this picture that's in front of us, take that community and everything in it's burnt to the ground. So that's what Southern Oregon experienced. And so with that said, can you imagine the population trying to evacuate away from it? And we really need to take this serious. We all talk about it. We all talk about what if an emergency happens, but we all, in the back of our minds, don't take it serious enough to think that it will happen. It's just kind of like, yeah, that could happen, but it's not going to. And then when it does, you're just flabbergasted. And I'll give you an example. When I-5 down here caught on fire, the fire was on both sides of I-5 and in the middle medium strip, and there was nowhere to go. All of the entrances into Southern Oregon on Highway 99 and I-5, which are the two main arterials that kind of go through those communities, you couldn't get out on them. You couldn't get through them. And so you were blocked. And so I just really want to emphasize that this is an opportunity as we go forward in planning to really think about those in the future. And so thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner.
Very good comment, Commissioner Brown, on the heels of a very good comment by Commissioner Simpson. So I agree with everything you're saying here. I will just one quick anecdote. When the Clackamas County fires were really raging, my wife and I were talking about what would we do, and we just decided to check out hotels. Where would we go? Where would we land? And we made a call, and then we talked up to a couple of places, and then we talked for another 20 minutes. And in that time, the perimeter where all rooms were taken moved like 75 miles. And, pretty soon you're talking about Seattle and Everett, and if you go east, it just becomes it becomes a really, really challenging problem. And it made me think a lot about Cascadia, because that's an event that could be multi-state, and just exactly what you're saying. The logistics of it are really complicated and overwhelming to think about. So, Commissioner Henderson?
Well, I don't have a question, but I do appreciate the level of the conversation and, Commissioner Simpson's probing of the climate fires and how that impacts planning. I also want to reflect on what Director Strickler said in his opening comments about empowering community by engaging a number of contractors and other businesses in the local community, because at the end of the day, I think we should all be realistic about the ability of the state and official parties to be able to go into all of these communities in the event of large-scale catastrophes. What's going to eventually happen, and what we've seen during COVID, is that community members themselves are going to have to step up and be ready and be prepared to support, whatever the next stages are in rebuilding of community, whether that's through fire or through a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake, or in this case, as I mentioned, COVID. So really excited to work with this team, really looking forward to the learning and to the engagement with community as we, build together. So thank you for the time. Thank you, Commissioner. Very good comments, and you're right. It will take enormous local engagement. The fire reconstruction or kind of response to fire will take all kinds of, and already has, efforts at the local level and also from the private sector. Even on our program, just our highway program, we're contracting out a sizable percentage of the work we do, and that's kind of regular course of business. When you start talking about emergencies, I think you get into additional levels and magnitudes of need in terms of engagement at all levels, and both on the public and private side, both at the federal, state, and certainly local community level. So thank you for that. Okay, Brendan, I think your work is done here for this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you to the entire panel. It was a great presentation. I really appreciate the work that went into it. I will just say that I think that the kind of presentation we just received is a model for the level and comprehensive nature. But for us to get this kind of the range of issues that we covered here in a relatively short period of time is very valuable. And again, we will be drilling down on specifics, but just as an update model, I think this was a great model, and it reflects a lot of thought and a lot of work that went into the presentation itself. I know you're known for that, Mr. Fenn, you and your team, and I think you're perfecting the model. So keep up the good work. And you can never talk about a comprehensive region-wide strategy that links together enough for me, as you know. I think we have to look at our region as one place, even though it has 3 counties and 24 cities in it. We have to think about it comprehensively, or the pieces will be less, the whole will be less than the pieces rather than more. And so we really need to be thinking about how these things connect and work together positively, and make sure they do. And that's a key role for us. Okay, we will move forward to Assistant Director Baker's report on external relations.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, again, and members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker, Assistant Director for Government and External Relations. So Vice Chair Simpson, your comments about the communications was going to be the third thing on my list this morning, but I might start there, just sort of on the heels of this conversation. So one thing I wanted to, I think, share and maybe sort of forecast out for the Commission is the level and I think essential and critical nature that communications plays in all of this long-term recovery effort on the heels of wildfire impacts. I think as ODOT and as an organization, we sort of prepared to take a leadership role in this space of debris cleanup and what it looked like to support communities in long-term recovery and rebuilding. I think from my perspective, having been part of some of these conversations, the degree to which it's a really complicated venture cannot be overstated. But I actually believe that's why it's so important to be able to ensure that we are, one, I think staying internally coordinated and ensuring a level of internal communication, but two, that we can then communicate out to be able to, as sort of state government, be able to assist and support communities and what the ultimate foundational goal is, which is to rebuild communities. So we've been doing a lot of work with our colleagues at the Office of Emergency Management, as well as the Department of Environmental Quality, and then local and private partners across the space in the past few weeks to really, as we sort of have honed in on what is the structure and what does that sort of operational management approach look like for the state's coordination of debris removal, and then how is that supplemented and complemented with a very intentional, I think, communications plan. And I think I certainly think about that in terms of being able to provide clear, precise, concise information to anyone who might need it, and making sure that for any of those sort of entry points, everyone is sort of on the same page, because that at the end of the day is what communities, I think, deserve certainly and are expecting from us. So I really just kind of wanted to sort of forecast that out, that is, I believe that if we are not really intentional about that and just sort of fingers crossed hope that happens, it just won't. And we are being incredibly intentional about it. I think the level of confidence that certainly the commission has in the agency, and also that all of our external partners have in the commission and the agency is rightly placed. And I think that it is really incumbent upon us to make sure that we are connecting all those dots and able to provide the level of support and assistance that we're being asked to do. So that was kind of sort of thing number one I was going to mention. I'm happy to pause there and see if there's any additional questions or feedback or guidance on that point before I move on.
Commissioners, questions?
She's on fire. Just let her keep going.
As usual, keep rolling, Lindsay.
Thank you. So I'll move on quickly to a bit of legislative. I think we've talked a little bit in detail about that, knowing I think that the legislative session is upcoming. So now is the time when, so I think state agencies in particular, but certainly everyone who is in and around and adjacent to a legislative session starts to really gear up. I think there are some events coming on the horizon at the beginning of next month that will be influential on outcomes of what a session looks like, but also the COVID environment is a game changer, right? So I think there's a lot of conversation happening right now that are still outstanding in terms of what a session looks like. I think logistically, honestly, and as you all know who've been close to the legislature and close to processes like that, so much of it depends upon the relational aspect and that kind of interpersonal aspect as well, which means in a virtual environment, it's difficult, or maybe not difficult, but it just fundamentally changes the equation. And so I bring this up to say we are still, as an agency, and really just as a partner in the transportation policy space, we are actively working to be prepared, knowing that the thing for which we are preparing is a little bit amorphous at this point and is a little bit theoretical. So we are, the governor's budget process is sort of continuing to go along. We are continuing to work with our with legislators and other partners on legislative concepts, that sort of thing, and trying to really just keep an ear to the ground of what's going on, knowing that everything might be exactly as how it always is, or it might be 180 degrees completely different, and we may not know until we're right upon it. So I'll look forward to coming back to the commission and having a conversation perhaps at your next commission meeting in a little bit more detail. Maybe at that point, fingers crossed, we'll have a little bit more detail. Otherwise, I think it's the theme of 2020, which is we're all playing it by ear and we'll figure it out and we'll take it as it comes. But I just wanted to share that with you all as well, that we are continuing to think about it. And again, I will pause there for any feedback, thoughts, questions, and appreciate your patience as I continue to tell you who knows what's going on.
I guess my one question would be that this year has got the potential to be a little bit different than pre-long session years in the past, in that we have the potential not only for well, all the things you just talked about at the state level in terms of preparation and COVID and all that, but we also have the potential for a significant change at the federal level. I just let that linger out there without any detail. And if so, it seems like we may be in a position in terms of intergovernmental relations at the federal level that all of a sudden hits another, that changes significantly and maybe accelerates in terms of, for example, infrastructure legislation. And so are we ready? Are we ready for November 4th and beyond if there is such a change? I'm not predicting anything. I'm just saying, I mean, current polling indicates that we may be on the verge of a change of leadership in the White House and potentially a change in the Congress. So I don't know how that will go, but I want to make sure we're ready.
Certainly, Chairman Brock and members of the commission, I think that's exactly the right sort of segue to a response, which is absolutely. I think we always engage in a little bit of reading the tea leaves and a little bit of speculation. And if we know that the options are 1 through 100, how do we sort of hone in on what maybe seems most likely or most possible and prepare so that we're able to turn on a dime regardless of what the environment and circumstances dictate in which we find ourselves. So that's a long way. That's a long answer. The short answer is absolutely. We continue to stay engaged with partners up and down, left to right, everyone, to make sure that we are prepared to leverage, take advantage of opportunities that come our way. And in the event that they don't come our way, how do we create them for ourselves? So I think absolutely right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. So the last thing I'll mention, and this is again a little bit just a process point, and it is very brief, which is we have talked a lot at this table about our communications sort of program writ large and sort of having a bit of a dispositional change into an assertive and a proactive and a more strategic communications program. So I mentioned, I think last time perhaps, that we were working to get a consultant to come and help provide a little bit of the development of that program. And so that continues to move forward, feeling incredibly optimistic. It is a very aggressive timeline, but we are feeling very optimistic that we'll be able to hit it and looking forward to bringing that back to you all at some point into the future, probably around the end of the calendar year. So that was the last update, again, very brief I had. With that, I will stand down and see if there are additional questions or comments or feedback from the commission or things that you would like me to talk in more detail about that I perhaps didn't hit on this morning.
Comments from the commission or questions? Okay. Hearing none, thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
Assistant Director Baker, we appreciate it very much. Our next agenda item is an update from our Climate Office Director, Amanda Peets. So we'll move on to that.
Great. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Amanda Peets, Director of ODOT's Climate Office. Pleasure to be here with you today. The last time I came and gave an overall update on the Climate Office was back in May, shortly after the office was formed. And as you'll see in the presentation, we've really tried to hit the ground running. So you'll see an array of efforts that we're engaged in, some to comply with an executive order that came out earlier this year, other efforts to really partner and leverage work with other state agencies, and then some kind of foundational work. And so in the presentation today, I'll just kind of describe where we are on some of these efforts and why we're focused where we are. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the effort is to add a climate lens into everything that we do, including how we plan, invest, build, manage, maintain our transportation system. I'm purposeful in using the word lens to that because climate will be one factor among many to influence our decisions. It will need to be balanced with safety, equity, and other key outcomes. But as we add that lens, we're looking to help turn the ODOT ship that will result in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and making a more resilient transportation system. In particular, we also need to recognize climate justice. And I think in some of your comments in the last presentation, this idea came up. And climate justice is where the people that are likely least responsible for creating the climate issues are the most heavily impacted. Wildfires is a good example of that. We saw a lot of low-income homes destroyed in the wildfires as a result. So as we do this work in the Climate Office and in the efforts around climate as an agency, we'll be looking at addressing some disparities that exist for frontline communities that are experiencing this issue, and then engaging those communities as we make decisions. Next slide. So the Climate Office has 3 parts: mitigation, adaptation, sustainability. I'll talk about each of those in the presentation today. We've grown from a 4-person shop to a 6-person force, and that'll continue to evolve over time. While the group is small, the key that we're really focused on is integration into everything that the agency does. And so we're relying on others throughout the agency to support the work that we're doing. And we've had a really strong participation from others across the unit, across the agency. You'll see that when I present later on the STIP. We enlisted all parts of the agency in getting that work done. And the key to long-term success will be that integration. That we need to change the practices that we do. We need to ingrain it in everything that we do, so it's not a one-off. Next slide, please. So focusing first on mitigation. Michelle, are you able to switch the slide, please? Perfect. That's the bulk of where we're spending our efforts and times right now in the Climate Office. Mitigation is ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. Transportation is the highest polluting source in the state of Oregon, responsible for about 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. The way that we're focused on addressing mitigation is by following our statewide transportation strategy. We have a roadmap in existence today that tells us the types of things that we need to pursue. The statewide transportation strategy was completed back in 2013. And it identifies approaches to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the movement of people on the ground, in the air, and freight on all transportation modes. The FTS is Oregon's roadmap. So it has actions that ODOT needs to pursue, but it also has actions that other state agencies are responsible for, local jurisdictions, and the private sector. Next slide. We identified 5 categories in which we need to take action in order to help achieve our state reduction goals. What we found as we developed the statewide strategy, there's no silver bullet. Oftentimes people think, well, we'll just transition to electric vehicles and that'll solve our issue. Turnover rate of vehicles is pretty slow. People hold on to them for a long time. So that's not the only way that we need to pursue. There's a lot of different strategies that we need to go after, and I'll talk about some of those. Next slide, please. So since we developed the statewide strategy in 2013, we've undertaken some efforts to help move the strategy forward. So we've developed the statewide TDM, or Transportation Options Program. We were able to secure multimodal funding thanks to the legislature. So there's some positives in there, but those are outweighed, unfortunately, by the negatives. People driving more, people holding on to their cars longer, a lot of fuel inefficient cars on the road. So that's resulted in an increase in emissions. So we are moving in the complete wrong direction. Long term, we anticipate we'll reduce emissions, but we have a significant gap between where we are likely to go and where we need to go. Next slide. The gap is one of the reasons that the governor issued Executive Order 2004, which I mentioned earlier, on climate. Really in recognition, we need to get back on track. The good news is that we can catch up. That gap is achievable. This bar chart just shows the relative contributions of the categories that I mentioned earlier to closing that gap. So you'll see a significant portion of that is vehicles and fuels, system operations, transportation options. But other variables are at play here as well. But they will require some major efforts as we move forward. Next slide. In accordance, we're pursuing activities in all categories of the STS, but we're paying particular focus in key areas, including vehicles and fuels, system operations, and transportation options. And I'll talk about those in a minute. In addition to those areas of focus, other parts of the agency are working on pricing, so including tolling, which you heard a little bit about, and the ORIGO program, the road user fee. For land use, ODOT is partnering with the Department of Land Conservation and Development to support local jurisdictions in reducing emissions too, mostly through their planning efforts. So that's in line with the decision that you all as a commission recently made with federal redistribution money to set money aside to help local jurisdictions to do that. ODOT's also financially supporting diverse participation in that related rulemaking effort. So we're helping to make sure that we can get those diverse, sometimes marginalized viewpoints to the table so they can be part of that conversation. So we're helping to financially support that piece. Next slide. So the areas that I wanted to highlight for you today, part of the reason that we're focused on these areas is shown in the lower right, the speed dial. The relative effectiveness of strategies for vehicles and fuels is high. So it's an area that we need to pursue to try to get us back on track as quickly as possible. So we're engaged primarily in transportation electrification. It affects every single mile driven when you have more electric cars on the roads. In addition to it being a key STS strategy, ODOT has also been asked to be the lead agency on the topic. This is in line with key interests of the governor's office, and she is walking her talk. She is also leading a multi-state electrification effort, and so we're helping to partner on that and really leverage work across states. You'll hear me say the word transportation electrification. That's purposeful. It's more than just electric cars. Think of micromobility options like electric scooters, electric bikes, but also on the heavy side, freights, transit buses, and more. Most of the work that we're pursuing is really trying to be foundational, understanding the lay of the land and what is needed. So there's a lot of work out there on transportation electrification, and there's a lot of players. There's utilities, there's a private sector, there's other state agencies. So the first thing that we're doing is what we call ORTEAM, because we like cool acronyms. So ORTEAM is the Oregon Transportation Electrification Activity Map. And what we are in the midst of doing with that is identifying what other entities are doing, how is it helping to move the needle for transportation electrification. So there's different things that we can push on, whether that's regulations, infrastructure available, communications, and seeing where are the gaps, where are the things that nobody's really playing in, where are the things that there's overlap and might benefit from better strategic alignment. And so that's really foundational to what we're doing. We also have the charge in the executive order of looking at a transportation electrification infrastructure needs analysis, TINA, that is looking at what infrastructure is out there. The TINA work will tie directly to your strategic action plan as we look at the charging infrastructure in the state, and we're really trying to move that to have that better accessibility for all populations and including in rural areas. Once we get that lay of the land, and kind of simultaneous to that, we're really working on developing that path forward through partnerships. ODOT is one player in this, and I think the key that we have in taking on the governor's charge is really to bring the people to the table and have the conversation and figure out what partnerships we need to pursue to make these things happen. And also other state agencies are engaged in what we as state agencies can do for the Zero Emission Vehicle Action Plan. DOE is leading that effort, and we're partnering really closely. Next slide, please. The secondary area that we're focused on, and again, looking at the indicator in the lower right corner, because of the effectiveness for reducing emissions, is a combination of demand management and transportation options strategies. The reason that we're focused on these two areas, one is really to continue the momentum. There is a lot of negative consequences of COVID, obviously, but there have been some positive outcomes as well. The viability of telecommuting really has been proven, and we see that many large employers are actually closing some of their offices and then moving to full-time telecommuting. So we as an agency really want to support those kind of transitions. We also want to capture the benefits of doing that and kind of the how-tos for different entities. The other big work area around managing demand is around a state trip reduction policy. This work would be led by the Department of Environmental Quality, and that effort is really trying to work with employers where we have areas that have adequate transportation options to support people taking the bus, maybe purchasing bus passes for their employees, a parking cash out program, shifting the time of day of people commuting, and more. So that's a rulemaking effort that's underway. ODOT plays a significant role should that rule move forward in the implementation. Within our transportation options or transportation demand management program, we work with people, the boots on the ground, that work with employers directly to make this happen, to make this accountable and make this something that's real and helpful. The other piece that we have is supporting the ability to achieve state and local plan investments. So we have the statewide transportation strategy that's a plan. We're pushing local jurisdictions to do similar plans. We don't want it to just sit on the shelf. We need to make sure it's actionable. And so as we think about ways to support lower carbon transportation investments, part of that will be adding the greenhouse gas lens to project selection. So the STIP work that you'll see later, and being concerted and thoughtful about what the impacts of different projects are. But also broader than that, to examine investment programs and structures and priorities elsewhere. So the STIP is one piece of our investment portfolio. We have other programs, CMAQ and otherwise, that can help really focus on ways to reduce emissions, and we need to investigate those and see if changes are needed. Next slide. Less related to the statewide transportation strategy, which focused more on the system than kind of internal efforts. A big piece of that is looking at the heart of how we do business. Integrating climate means shifting the heart of ODOT practices. So investment, we just talked about that piece on the last slide, and then projects as well. So looking at shifting to lower carbon materials and fuels for the transportation projects that we have. Again, that's another action that's identified in the strategic action plan. So as you'll see, there's many actions the Climate Office is pursuing that's beyond just the strategic action plan, but the strategic action plan really helps to highlight some of those that weren't necessarily included in the statewide transportation strategy. Next slide, please. All right, shifting to adaptation. So while I would say probably 75% of our effort has been on the mitigation side, about 25% is on the adaptation side. But obviously critically important, as we've seen in the recent months here, in the recent days even. Next slide, please. For those recent events, we're making sure to capture the impacts and needs. So for wildfires, for example, we're capturing needs around evacuation. I know you all just talked about this in your previous agenda item. But understanding what the needs are for people to evacuate, get out safely, for the response team to get in, and to understand the direct and indirect damage to infrastructure, and what it costs to do the cleanup efforts, and how we can make the system more resilient. We're collecting similar information for the flooding that occurred on Interstate 84 and closed that earlier this spring. So the hazards really are variant that we see, but we're really trying to capture what those impacts are and see what we need to do to respond. Next slide. This information and more will be used as we develop a strategy for preparing, responding, recovering from those kind of events. So extreme precipitation, sea level rise, and wildfires in particular. The end result will be an adaptation roadmap. So we have a consultant on board right now that is looking at the vulnerabilities across the system, that we're working with staff across the state to really develop what that roadmap will look like. Next slide. In addition to our own efforts, we are purposeful in linking efforts with other agencies related to that adaptation, including DLCD's statewide adaptation framework. That effort also helps to open the door for us to prepare for climate change. So our ability to address vulnerable areas of the state, including our coastal areas, has historically been limited by interpretation of some state rules. Now we're looking at leveraging DLCD's adaptation framework to test the goal exception on highly vulnerable area of the coast, with the aim of armoring that site from sea level rise and erosion in the future. So we're trying to lay some kind of policy foundation work too, as we're going through this, so that we can better prepare for our system. Next slide, please. Sustainability efforts are very limited at this time, given how stretched we are on other things. Next slide. But what we're looking at is really where there's intersect points to focus our sustainability efforts. So we're looking for actions that foster sustainability where climate change mitigation and adaptation benefit. A couple examples are the low carbon construction that I mentioned earlier, but also transition of LED lights. There's been a very successful pilot project in Region 1 that has changed out these lights. We could look at that statewide and get some efficiency there as well. Next slide. So that's a high-level overview. It's not comprehensive of absolutely everything that we're engaged in, but hopefully gives you a flavor of some of what we're pursuing and some of the strategies of why we're pursuing some of those activities. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Peets. Appreciate your presentation. It was very comprehensive as usual. Questions from the Commission?
I have a comment more than a question.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, comment?
Yeah, Commissioner Smith speaking. Really thinking ahead to our tri-state meeting, Mr. Chair, given the need to coordinate with other jurisdictions on electrification, that might be a nice topic or segment for our meeting, so we could really dive into the opportunities with Washington and California at the commission level. I'm sure staff is working closely with staff, but sometimes, you know, making it a priority at the commission level will give it maybe a boost. So just a thought.
Yeah, I think that's a good thought. I agree. I've been thinking about this whole area of electrification, fire management, just the whole array of things that are coming up in the context of climate. And I like the idea of looking at climate and then focusing on a few things where there might be real opportunity to move the needle by interstate cooperation. So I think that's kind of the direction you're suggesting with the electrification, and I think we could maybe expand it to a couple of other topics too, and see if we couldn't, with Amanda and her colleagues' assistance, really hone in on some things where we could, to use a maybe inapt phrase, get some mileage out of, or take some mileage from, maybe is more appropriate. But I like that idea a lot, so thank you for the comment. I made a note. And maybe we can get you involved in helping to plan the tri-state with us, Commissioner Smith, at least on those topics. Okay, are there other comments or questions for Director Peets?
No, I would. This is Commissioner Henderson, Chair. I would just echo Commissioner Smith's comments, and had a chance to speak with Director Peets earlier this week, and appreciate the work that they're doing, giving my experience professionally and my focus in sustainable transportation, and sort of the redundancies that are necessary as we're thinking about climate change and the climate fires, and how we across a much broader system than just the state of Oregon, complement the work that's happening in Washington and California, and think about our friends to the north and to the south from the border perspective as well, because those climate issues do not end at America's borders, unfortunately, as we all know.
Yeah, exactly. Good comment, Commissioner Henderson. I agree. I think we all do. So, okay. Other comments or questions? Okay, Director Peets, thank you very much. And we'll be following up on some of these ideas. All right, we're going to move on to our, well, we've got a break built in, actually. Let's take our break. Break for 10 minutes, return at 11:05, so it's not really 10, it's more like 8. Okay, see you 5 minutes after 11. Okay, I think we'll take roll here. Commissioner Smith?
I'm here, ready to go.
Great. Commissioner Brown?
I am here.
Great. Commissioner Henderson? No? Vice Chair Simpson?
It is I.
Okay. We'll wait just a second for Commissioner Henderson. Okay, Commissioner Henderson, welcome back.
Thank you.
We are going to take up our next agenda item, which is our one of two decision items we have on today's agenda. We have the consent decision item at the end of the meeting, and we have this item, which is adoption of our strategic action plan for the 2021-2023 planning horizon. So I'm going to turn it over to the assistant directors, Perkins, Brower, Baker, and Brown.
Good morning, Chair Van Brockland
Good morning.
and commissioners. This is, for the record, Natasha Perkins, Assistant Director for Social Equity. Morning. We are really excited. Really excited to get to this point in our strategic action plan movement. If we could go to the next slide, we'll just review where we started or how we got to this point. So in May, the OTC reviewed draft priorities and goals. In July, approved the priorities and goals and provided us a lot of really great feedback about what the implementing actions could look like. Last month, we spent a lot of work time in the meeting as well as after meetings, really reviewing the strategic outcomes, metrics, and implementing actions. With the ability to present to you what we hope could be approved today. So if we go to the next slide, we'll just talk briefly about that and hopefully answer any questions you might have. So you've all received a draft of the strategic action plan related to the 2021 to 2023 strategic outcomes. And so as you've looked over that, we just come before you today to either answer any questions or clarify anything in hopes that we can continue moving with our process. You could go to the next slide, please. The thought is that we would hopefully receive approval, review and approval today. And then looking at October to our December meeting, we'll prepare the quarterly progress reports for your review in December, We'll launch the strategic action communications plan, which we've also talked about, Assistant Director Baker has spent some time talking about with all, to build awareness and understanding for internal and external communications. And then finally, we'll incorporate and synchronize the strategic action plan into all of the other ODOT processes, documents, and structures, so that when we get to you in December, we are ready to review and get feedback, set reporting schedule for 2021, and review our web dashboard. So we are nearing what we hope is the home stretch of creation, because we are already gearing up for what will be 21 to 23 full, all hands on deck, full court press, and really helping move these strategic priorities and goals forward. So we wanted to open it up to the commission to provide any feedback, thoughts, and then we have the assistant directors online to answer any questions or concerns we might have before we hope you move forward to approve.
Thank you, Assistant Director Perkins. So I want to first thank all of the Assistant Directors and Director Strickler and all of the others at the agency who have been involved in bringing us to this point. And I want to thank all of the members of the Commission, including Commissioner Callery, former Commissioner Callery, for their efforts to get us to this point. So with that, I'll open it to the Commission for questions to the ADs. Are there questions? No questions. See how well you did, Nicotris? Great job. Well, if there are no questions, I guess what I would suggest is entertain a motion for approval of the 21-23 Strategic Action Plan by the Commission.
I move for approval of the Strategic Action Plan. Do you want to hear?
We have a motion for approval from Commissioner Brown. Is there a second?
Commissioner Smith, second.
Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Simpson, or was it Simpson or Henderson?
Henderson, sorry.
Commissioner Henderson, Commissioner Smith jointly second the motion. Discussion on the motion. Okay, then I will, please, Commissioner.
I was just going to say, Chair, I have, as you can imagine, been given quite a bit of overview and briefing by the team at ODOT. So recently went through the strategic action plan with the assistant directors. So don't have a lot of questions based on the substantive overview and briefing that they gave me recently. So really appreciate the work and look forward to this organic document continuing to grow and shape and direct our work moving forward over the next few years.
Thank you for that comment, Commissioner. And we have said all through the process that we want this to be a living document and one that we modify as needed. And it's a short 3-year time horizon, and we expect there to be further strategic action plans on its heels as we move forward, recognizing the work will continue to go forward and evolve, and we will need to modify some of what we've got in this, I'm sure, based on our experience with it. But I appreciate your comments, and I'm sure you've been drinking from a fire hose here the last month. So thank you. Are there other comments before we vote? Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Henderson.
Aye.
Commissioner Henderson votes aye. Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you for the good work. So we're now a half an hour ahead. What would you like to do on lunch? Do you want to break for lunch, or do you want to take this funding update from if they're ready? Travis, is your group ready?
Maybe we do consent items if
okay.
Have the airway, but obviously I'll defer to you guys.
Well, this funding update item should be about a 10-minute item, and we could do the consent as well, and then we would come back for the STIP and Frog Ferry after lunch. How does that sound? Commissioner Smith likes it. I'm seeing nodding heads from others. Okay, let's do that. Which order would you prefer? You want to take the consent first? Travis, are you guys ready to talk to us about the financial funding update? Pardon me, not financial, the funding update item H?
Chair Van Brockman, I just sent out a text to the other members of that presentation. I have heard back from Mr. Porter that he is available, but not yet Mr. Sleeman. I would recommend that you take the consent calendar, and perhaps by then we would have Mr. Sleeman on. He just texted me that he is attempting to log on right now.
Okay.
So we can move forward with that. Hopefully in just a few minutes after you do the.
All right, let's move to the consent calendar then. Director Strickler, would you walk us through that?
You bet. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the consideration. On the consent agenda, we have 9 items. All of those items none of those items have any potential known conflicts. And so at this point, Mr. Chair, a relatively simple request, which is I request approval for the consent items in block, all items 1 through 9.
Thank you, Director. Do I have a motion to adopt the consent calendar in its entirety?
So moved.
Vice Chair Simpson has moved adoption of the consent calendar. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner Brown seconds. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, I will call the roll. Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Henderson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, we will now turn to Assistant Director Brower and his team to walk us through funding update. And hopefully your team.
Chairman Brockman, members of the commission, I believe that Mr. Sleeman and Mr. Porter are now both on. So we will have Michelle bring up the presentation, and I will just give a brief intro, and then we'll turn it over to them, our subject matter experts, to really focus on the conversation. Then I'll wrap up real quickly. So in recent years, we have had significant funding uncertainty that has been only exacerbated by our current pandemic and economic recession, where our federal and state funding has been very much up in the air. That's made it hard to plan for our long-term capital program in the STIP. So in the 21-24 STIP, we were, what we attempted to do was to be fiscally prudent, and to avoid having to cut projects, we took a slight reduction in our assumed federal funding that then allows us to gauge what Congress does, given that the FAST Act expired at the end of September, and come back to you at some point and adjust our spending in the STIP. Based on the action that Congress has now taken, even though it is only a one-year extension that Mr. Sleeman will talk about, we now have a little bit more certainty about what the future entails, even if it is at some level certainty about uncertainty continuing for several years. We also have a little bit more information on what the State Highway Fund looks like with the COVID situation. And so we have just enough information now that we believe it is time for us to come back and update the 21-24 STIP. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Sleeman and Mr. Porter to walk through the specifics, then I'll close out a little bit at the end.
All right. Is my audio coming through okay this morning?
Yes. Good morning.
Sounds good. Okay. Okay, great. So for the record, my name is Trevor Sleeman, and I'm the Federal Affairs Advisor for ODOT, and I'll just walk you through a very quick rundown of what's been going on lately with federal surface transportation reauthorization. Next slide, please. This will be a quick bit of review. For those of you who are less familiar with how this typically operates, the Congress will authorize all of our highway, transit, rail, and safety programs when things are operating normally in 5 or 6 year increments. That gives the agencies a little bit of time to implement the new policies and programs, and it also gives Congress an opportunity to come back and make changes on a somewhat regular schedule. So we're, as Travis mentioned, we're kind of at the end of one of those 5 year cycles right now, with the FAST Act having expired last month, and I'll get into that in a little bit. Also, one of the big things always to note when talking about federal surface transportation funding is that the funding model itself is broken and has been for well over a decade now. We have been spending out a whole lot more than we have been taking in from the Federal Highway Trust Fund. To Congress's credit, they have transferred billions and billions of dollars in general fund dollars into the Highway Trust Fund to keep it operating normally since 2008. But on the other hand, they haven't done anything to correct the fiscal imbalance. So that insolvency is an ongoing concern and is only getting worse over time. So as Travis mentioned, the FAST Act has expired and has been extended. So the conversation naturally turns to what are we going to replace it with? Next slide, please. Congress has been working on finding some replacements. The Senate in the summer of 2019 passed the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, which is only one of the committees with jurisdiction over transportation policy. They cover the highway portions of surface transportation only. That committee advanced a bill, the American Transportation Infrastructure Act, out of committee in summer of 2019. It has not been brought to the floor of the Senate and, of course, hasn't been agreed to with the House. Next slide, please. And of course, our very own Congressman Peter DeFazio, who chairs the House's Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He and his committee worked on a very large bill earlier this year, and the Invest in America Act, which was ultimately combined with several other pieces of infrastructure legislation, came out of the House T&I committee, passed the floor of the House, but again, it's not something that has been taken up by the Senate. And again, these slides are a review for some of you, but just to kind of set the stage. So next slide, please, and we'll take a little bit look at what the numbers look like. So you can see, assuming these colors are coming through the same way on your screen, the blue bars there being the FAST Act. And so for 2021, at least, that first blue bar there is reality now with the extension of the FAST Act for one more year. So you can kind of take a look there what might have been for funding for highway programs under the Senate bill in the gray and the House bill in the black. But again, we're going to be stuck at least for 1 year down at that flat blue level through September 30th of 2021. And this, if I didn't say, this is the highway programs only. Next slide, please. This will give you a look at the House's version potentially of transit funding under their reauthorization proposal. You can see that would be an absolutely enormous increase for transit programs. But of course, as with the previous slide, transit funds will be flat again for 2021. There's no transit funds were included in the Senate bill because, again, that committee that passed it only has jurisdiction over highway programs. Next slide, please. So wrap all up, the Congress passed a continuing resolution just before the end of September that funded the federal government through December 11th. So thankfully, we're not currently experiencing a government shutdown, although that could be a possibility again on the 11th. But this was a little bit different than your run-of-the-mill CR in that it included a full 1 year extension of all of the FAST Act policy through September 30th of 2021. And it also transferred $13.5 billion of additional general fund resources into the Highway Trust Fund to ensure solvency through that point, because there just wasn't enough cash in the fund to get it through to September 30th. So our longer term 5-6 year reauthorization bill is pushed out for at least another year. And I think, there are all sorts of, at this point, electoral outcomes that are possible in the next couple of weeks. And I think it'll be probably a little bit more interesting and useful exercise at that point to start speculating about what the possible outcomes for infrastructure may be, because there's a whole range. So that's all I had for today. So I will turn it over to Mr. Porter to give you the stateside picture.
Mr. Porter. You're on mute.
Okay, how's that?
That's much better. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I was playing
No
with the
problem.
audio earlier and I sort of screwed that up. So
It's okay. It's the first time it's ever happened on one of these calls.
exactly. Good morning, Chair Rockland, Vice Chair Simpson, members of the commission. For the record, Daniel Porter, I'm ODOT's chief economist, and I'm going to give you a very quick other side of the revenue coins. Trevor's talked to you about federal funds. I'm going to talk to you really quickly about state funds and where we are. Michelle, if you want to go to the next slide. We are in the middle of finishing up our October forecast right now. So these numbers are still preliminary, but likely won't change a whole lot. So it can give you a pretty good flavor of where we are. What compared to our July forecast, we're looking at about 50 million gap in the current fiscal year we're in now compared to where we were back in July. Basically, that's two things, and it's more about knowledge about reopening. Everything that we're doing is really tied to the health crisis and how we get vaccine or other treatments when they become available, and how the economy then kind of continues to reopen. So back in July, we were thinking, this fall the kids would go back to school in person, things would continue to reopen, DMV would be able to serve customers without any restrictions. Well, that obviously hasn't happened. And so we're looking at, fuel sales still being kind of depressed over what levels were pre-COVID. And then obviously we're having some supply constraints with DMV. So that's causing us to have to push down our revenues through the rest of this fiscal year. And then we expect now into fiscal year 2022, an increase in or some sort of treatment becomes available, vaccine, and then people can kind of get back a little more to normal and we get onto a recovery path. So that's kind of the gross story. The next slide is going to give you really just kind of what does it mean for ODOT and the agency. So Michelle, if you can advance one more. Great. So this is just sort of a net to ODOT after you take out what is for cost to DMV, Commerce Compliance, the transfers to other agencies, apportionments to local governments, and then if we take out debt service. So if we do that, then the numbers don't look as bad. We're only about 20 million-ish gap in the fiscal year we are now, but then we flip, and then the October forecast actually looks better going forward for the next few years after that. And the reason is really due to the refunding of the bonds that we did back in November and then last month, and those savings are substantial in terms of debt service, which really helps provide additional funds to the agency when they otherwise we wouldn't have them. So that's kind of the good news on the net side for us. And then the last slide, just quickly, just to remind you guys that it's more than just highways. And one of the new taxes from House of 2017 is the transit tax for transit, and that's a very substantial amount of revenue coming in each year. Again, back in July, we were thinking, okay, this is going to, double-digit unemployment is going to lead to a substantial drop in revenue. It turned out not the case. Second quarter revenue from the transit tax ended up being pretty robust, just a small decline. And so now we pretty much are expecting fairly flat revenue for the next few years. And then when we get into a pretty significant economic recovery, then it continues to grow from there. So that's another good news story. But that's kind of what I had for the very, very fast, quick version. And I'd be happy to take questions if you have any.
Thank you both very much, all three of you, for your presentations, and open the floor to questions from the members of the commission. I guess I have one for Mr. Sleeman. with respect to the bar charts on 2021, your report's based on what it looks like it will be based on this one-year extension that's occurred. But of course, it could change if there was an initiative to move forward with a new Surface Transportation Act and related acts to move a comprehensive transportation infrastructure bill forward in 21. So I guess it's the same question I had for Assistant Director Baker earlier in the meeting, which is, if that occurs, are we closely coordinating with our congressional delegation to make sure we're ready to go if all of a sudden, I say this because if all of a sudden something moves forward, I say this based on my experience includes a lame duck session of Congress where the federal government raised the gas tax by 5 cents in about 2 weeks. And so I know these kinds of things can happen, and we just want to make sure and I assume we are prepared, but that's the question. Are we?
Chair Brocklin, yes, to the extent possible. As I alluded to, there's a pretty big range of outcomes in less than 2 weeks now at the ballot box, and then that affects the range of possible outcomes when it comes to, there's something like a stimulus package that we saw in 2009 with ARA, where it was money that we had to get out the door in 90 days. Is there, do these COVID relief talks actually yield some backstop funding for state DOTs? It's looking like probably not, but it's possible. Is this something that next year, when a new Congress is sworn in and folks are less distracted by elections and ready to get to work, and there's interest in putting together a larger package? All those things are completely and totally possible, and we're staying on top of it daily, so that to the extent we can be prepared, we are. But a lot is unknown and unknowable at this time.
Sure. Very good response. Thank you for answering it. Other questions from the commission? Okay. Well, great report. Thanks for your flexibility in getting here at a different time than you were promised, and we appreciate your stepping up as our day moved around a little bit. So thank you all very much. With that, we are going to take our lunch break, and we will reconvene at 12:25 for the financial report on the 24-27 STIP. And Michelle, if you could let Susan Bladholm know, she might be up a little bit earlier than 1:25, depending on how our 12:25 item goes, that would be great. We'll see you all at 12.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair? That would give us about an hour lunch break. Do you want to shorten it up so we could maybe finish early? Or are the Friends of Frog Ferry set for that particular time and we can't change that?
That's what I don't know. Can we quickly find that out? That's why I was going with this. I'm happy to move it up.
Mr. Chair, this is Chris. We've been in contact, and she can be available, and she is standing by to just know what time we want her at this point. So thank you, sir.
Okay, great. So let's take a 30-minute lunch break and come back and start at 12:05 on the STIP item. Does that work for our team that's doing the STIP work? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I believe it should. I'll make sure.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 12:05, and I expect that Susan would then be up at about 1 or a few minutes after. So great, thank you. So we're break until 12:05. Travis?
Yes, sir.
We are waiting for 2 commissioners to arrive. The good news is we have a quorum. Now we're down to 1 commissioner. So.
And Chair Van Brocklin, I'll be kicking off this step 1. I'll be kicking off this step 1, just so you know.
Okay, great. All right. Let's see. Just awaiting Commissioner Simpson. If he's not on in a couple of minutes, we'll get going. We'll give him another couple of minutes. I'll send him a text. Travis, I think we'll get started. I sent Commissioner Simpson a note, and so I'm sure he's just delayed by a few minutes. Why don't we get going? So I will turn it over to and welcome to the microphone. Assistant Director Brower, Daniel Porter, Trevor, no, wrong list. Travis, Jeff Flowers, Karen Rowe, and Jerry Bohart. So welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm going to set the stage for this, and then I'm going to turn it over to Travis for the next couple of slides. So Jerry Bohart, I'm the Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis. And really a reminder that we are not asking for you to take any action today, but rather to get some insights, if you need clarification, any direction that you want us to provide from us, but there will be no decisions that we need from you today. So next slide, please, Michelle. So this just to set the stage a little bit and go do a little bit of a history, particularly for our new commissioner. We've been working on this for a while. So it really started actually back in July, where we gave a presentation on the 2020 investment strategy, talking about the needs and the gaps, and really the impact, the positive impact that House Bill 2017 had for our system. We also talked about some of the funding assumptions, and you heard from Trevor and Travis just earlier around the FAST Act, and there was a decision by the Commission then to take the 10% reduction in federal funds as we move forward with the 21-24 STIP. So even though we have a year of the FAST Act, we obviously don't have a transportation funding legislation for this STIP yet. And at that time, you also gave the approval to sort of go forward with our program funding categories, which were the same in the 21-24 STIP. So that helped us set the stage for as we started to work on our scenarios. And then in September, we really began sharing the information that we've been getting from the public, the outreach that we had done with our modal committees and our other advisory committees, the survey we had done, and so on, and what we are doing to keep folks informed. And also just set the stage for some of the sort of the initial draft scenarios and what some of the options might look like. And then more importantly, I think getting a sense of what the analytical tool and the analysis that Amanda Peets and her office would be doing with regards to trade-offs for the scenario, which really brings us to where we are today. So we're going to talk a little bit about the scenario outcomes and then move on. So Michelle, would you go to the next slide, please? So one of the things you can see sort of the outline of what we see as the next steps, and I believe we heard from one of the Metro counselors recommending that we slow down a little bit so they have an opportunity to really provide some public input relative to the scenarios. We had already, I think, as staff recognized that perhaps we were moving a little bit faster than we wanted, and so we are recommending, which is one of the reasons we're not asking you to take any action today, is that we really use December for you to select your funding allocation option, and then we would bring everything together in the January meeting and have you take the final action in the January meeting. I think it would be important to note that we do want to make sure that things happen in January, because otherwise we'd be bumping it to March, and that would really cut into the time for project selection and the scoping of projects. So I think with that, and again, wanting to make sure that also gives us the time for some continuing public input between now and your December meeting. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Travis, because I think that's one of the first things he's going to talk about is public input. So thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you, Jerry. Thanks very much.
For the record, I'm Travis Brower, the Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and Chair, members of the Commission. I'm going to talk about just a couple items before turning it over to Jeff and Amanda. Next slide, please, Michelle. Jerry mentioned that we want to make sure that we have very robust public engagement. Last month, we talked through what we had done in the first phase of public engagement to gather basic input and comments from our stakeholders and advisory committees and the public. We presented you a 68-page document with all of that material that we had gathered to date. We're really starting the second phase of that work now in order to give the public really time over the next 40 days to weigh in on those funding scenarios that we're going to be walking you through today. We'll be providing them the information we provide you and then asking them for their comments. We're going to be sitting down with all of our advisory committees as their schedule allows to have discussion on the funding scenarios. We have an online open house that should launch next week that allow people to look at those and provide public comment and recommend what scenario they like best. We have a webinar on November 2nd that we're going to use both for information sharing as well as to take public comment that will be provided with you. And of course, we're encouraging stakeholders to weigh in through letters and comments that are submitted to the OTC, much like we saw from JPAC today. So really, we would expect that with this meeting today, we're really kicking off a very robust process over the next 40 days that will give us a lot of public input and comment that then will be used by the Commission in December as you weigh the various scenarios and make your selection of one of those scenarios. Next slide, please. So one of the things we've been asked in the past is to make sure that we're providing you adequate context about what each of the funding categories within the STIP actually covers. And so I wanted to provide a little bit more of that context about some of these areas because there's some important distinctions between different sections. When we look at those various categories, when we look at, say, Enhance Highway and Fix It, virtually all of the dedicated funding we put into those areas are included in the STIP, just by the nature of those funding types. So the scenarios we show you in a minute will have basically all of the funding for Fix It and Highway Enhance included. That's not really the case for some of the other categories, particularly for local funding and non-highway programs. Most of the dedicated state and federal funding that goes into those programs is not actually included in the STIP for some technical reasons. So we wanted to provide that context today. Here you see that the local programs that are in the STIP really are far outweighed by the local state highway fund apportionments that are outside the STIP. And it's the same way in the non-highway arena, where the amount of money that is included in the STIP for non-highway programs really doesn't include most of the non-highway funding that comes from the state and federal governments. It excludes things like the Federal Transit Administration funding, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund, the Senior and Disabled Transportation funding, as well as Passenger Rail, Connect Oregon, and all those other programs that are outside the STIP. So really what you get is, in each of these areas, only about, say, 15 to 20% of the funding for those programs within ODOT's budget or within the state and federal funding is actually included in the STIP. So just keep that in mind as we're walking through these scenarios that's the case. It's also the case with safety that when we show you the amount of money that's invested in safety, that's just the dedicated safety funds. Doesn't include all of the funding that goes into safety across other programs and specific to projects, because almost every project we do at ODOT is a safety project in some ways. So with that as a prelude, we're going to turn now to the funding scenarios work that is showing you some very robust analysis. In the past several SIP cycles, we've always done scenarios.
Can that wait a minute, please?
Rather than just giving you one option and a recommendation for how to spend funds, we've brought to you multiple different options and allowed the Commission to weigh those and select one. In the past, it's been fairly basic information, qualitative analysis, and just asked you to weigh in. What we're doing today, though, is a much more in-depth analysis that Amanda and the Climate Office have done that have really gone into and weighed the trade-offs. Knowing there isn't enough money to do everything, knowing that we don't have enough money to fund any category fully, we've looked at how can we advance our goals to the maximum extent possible with the limited funding we have and allow the Commission to weigh those trade-offs in a more robust way than we have in the past. So Jeff is going to remind you the scenarios that you directed us to look at last month, and then we'll have Amanda walk through the outcomes of that analysis that the Climate Office has.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Chair, Commission, for the record, my name is Jeff Flowers. I am the Statewide Investment Management Section Manager. Michelle, next slide, please. Thank you. So to kind of recap on where we are with this and what we've done, scenarios were based on public input from the investment priorities and the OCC direction from August and September. Each of the scenarios holds a local program and the other function categories constant along with the ADA. Each scenario is different in that it dedicates to specific amounts to enhance non-highway safety and fix-it programs. Where they differ is that we have moved money around the margins, which is about 30% of the total STIP, which equates to about $600 million. And that is part of the funding directive by the state and federal laws, which impose some constraints on the OTC's discretion. Some of the dedicated funding in the enhanced category are for dedicated projects from House Bill 2017. At the last meeting, Commissioner Simpson asked us to modify the enhanced scenario to spread the funding equally between the enhanced highway safety and non-highway functions. With that change, you can see where the dotted line is comparison to the hard line, and that has created basically the enhanced and the non-highway safety scenarios to be almost exactly the same. So again, we're not asking for a decision, but just to kind of illustrate what the numbers are looking like to plus up fix it, to plus up non-highway safety or enhance in the non-highway programs, and what that give and take is going to do across the scenarios. I know Amanda's going to walk you through the rest of it here shortly, and I will go ahead and turn that over to her now.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. For the record again, Amanda Peets, Director of ODOT's Climate Office. Next slide, please. So I have the pleasure of boring you to death with the results, but hopefully they're informative to you. Next slide. So as I mentioned in my presentation earlier today on the Climate Office overview, the Governor issued Executive Order 2004 earlier this year on climate. One of the requirements in that executive order was to add a greenhouse gas reduction lens to the STIP to inform decisions. Our requirement in the executive order is to develop a methodology by June of next year. But not only do we want to be overachievers, we also know that STIP decisions for the future are being made today. So we want to help influence those before this time frame and look at greenhouse gas emissions. But we don't make decisions, you don't make decisions in consideration of only one factor. And for that reason, we opted to make that job that much harder by looking beyond greenhouse gases and evaluating other things. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 7 outcomes that we identified to evaluate investment trade-offs against. While these are not one-to-one comparable with your strategic action plan, they were pulled out in essence from that. So you'll see for climate, we are evaluating mitigation, so greenhouse gas reduction, as well as adaptation, congestion, social equity, multimodal mobility, safety, and state of good repair. Next slide, please. The analysis process that we use to evaluate trade-offs used real data to assess the results. First, we looked at funding mix for the previous STIP, which was 21 through 24. Then we pulled out data for each and every project that was selected. So we saw how was funding allocated, and then how was that funding actually spent. We identified different project attributes which have the potential to contribute positively or negatively to an outcome area. So which things are good for equity, maybe not as good for equity. Good for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, potentially would increase greenhouse gas emissions. So an individual project may have several different attributes. For example, a bridge project that adds capacity might rate as follows, that kind of chart here in the middle. So you'll see the positive and negative impacts across the different outcome areas. But that same project may have also had an attribute specific to adding a new bike lane or addressing a safety issue. Each attribute was credited proportional to the funding of the associated outcome. So for example, in the example shown here, the project is positive towards climate resilience and adaptation. That way, then in climate adaptation, we credited the funding that was spent in that project towards it. So we're seeing how we spend towards the outcome areas that you have interest in. Next slide. The results that I'm about to share with you are by no means perfect. We're building the bus as we drive it. in general, we made pretty large gross generalizations about the positive and negative impacts of different attributes. And those are really, on a whole, something like adding transit service would improve greenhouse gas emissions. But oftentimes results like that depend on where that project is and the variables around that project. And we weren't doing geographic level analysis. It was mainly saying these types of projects generally are good or generally are not as good for certain outcome areas. So it's a fairly blunt tool, but it helps us to start to understand impacts. So we know we need to make improvements. One is for social equity. So you'll see in the results that social equity is linked one-to-one to multimodal. So we didn't differentiate impacts there. As we talked to experts, they seem to think that was a pretty decent way for now of looking at that. In the future, we hope to look more geographically so that we can identify our frontline communities and whether or not projects are serving those frontline communities. So that geographic sensitivity will help. It also helps with other things like understanding the project benefits, congestion, the impact of multimodal projects, and more. There's also other techniques that may be useful in the future to consider. The Oregon Global Warming Commission, for example, has looked at the social cost of carbon as we looked at projects to see what the impacts are over time. That might be something that we look at later on. As we do this type of analysis, there is benefit in keeping some consistency from STIP cycle to STIP cycle so we can look back. What we're doing right now gives us a nice baseline to say what are our emissions from the mix of investments today, and we'll want to compare back to that. So the stability in funding categories and outcomes will be helpful. Next slide, please. So before I get into the results, I want to warn you, this is a lot of information to digest. While we boiled this down to a high level information and pretty pictures at times, there's a lot of substance behind the information. So we tried to boil that down to super high level. We are in the process of documenting that into a report and hope to have that done by the middle of next month. You'll note that some slides I'll go through quickly and just cover highlights. The reason that I included the slide in the first place is because I want you to have the information. So in lieu of us having a report that we can give you with the context around it, we at least wanted to provide you and the public with a little bit more to digest over time beyond just the meeting today. Next slide. So first we'll look at the results for each scenario. As I mentioned, the baseline is derived from data on how we spent money in the real projects that we selected in the previous cycle. So all results will pivot from this point in time. And as you review the alternative scenarios, so the slides that I'll show after this one, remember that there's also ability to influence spending by setting different program-specific policy. So that may change over time. A few things of what are you looking at on this slide. The pie chart in the upper left shows you the funding splits. So that's what Jeff Sauer shared in the slide that shows you the mix between the different funding categories. Below that shows you what went up or what went down. This is the baseline, so it's unchanged, but you'll see in the other slides it shows the proportion of funding that's changing. This, the chart on the right, shows the results relative to each outcome area. This is the only chart that will show letter grades. I'll note that the letter grades are not the same as level of service. The letter grades are really looking at how are we meeting the needs that exist for that category. So as Travis mentioned, our needs far outpace our available funding. So as you look at the proportion of how much money goes to the Fix-It program, that's a good share of what we have. But even that is falling short of keeping pace with what we need to do to preserve the system. So in state of good repair, you'll see that several assets are deteriorating still. One of the areas we're not performing super well is around climate change, greenhouse gas reduction. So that's an opportunity that we can look for out of this future funding mix. Next slide, please. So you can see from the line in the lower left how funding increases and decreases between the various categories. So the most significant change in this scenario is adding funding for Enhance, with additional dollars to non-highway and to safety. In turn, we see improvements to congestion relief. So this is just relative to the baseline. Are things getting better or worse? So we see improvements to congestion relief, multimodal mobility, as well as slight improvements to safety. Greenhouse gas emissions are likely to stay relatively flat in this scenario compared to the baseline. So the multimodal increase in funding helps to offset some of the capacity projects. But the hit in this scenario and the next several comes from the Fix-It program. So the additional increase of money is taken from the Fix-It program. Reducing Fix-It funding impacts our ability to keep bridges and pavements in a state of good repair and to adapt to climate change. So you'll see state of good repair and adaptation are pretty closely linked in the various results. Next slide, please. For scenario 2, non-highway, here we see some key changes in a significant funding shift to non-highway. Greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced most in this scenario. So this is where you optimize the most of the scenarios that we're presenting. Such a substantial increase in funding to non-highway cuts the time frame to complete the bike ped system in half. So substantially moves that needle. Increased multimodal mobility leads to low carbon transportation options for all users, benefiting social equity. Next slide, please. So as Jeff mentioned, there's some similarities between scenario 1 and scenario 3. They both include increases to enhance non-highway and safety categories. However, the amounts vary because there's less for enhance in scenario 3 than there is in scenario 1. Overall results of this scenario are fairly positive, nearly across the board relative to the baseline. The exception, of course, again being state of good repair and adaptation because of the reduction to the Fix-It program. Next slide, please. But state of good repair and adaptation get their time in the spotlight in this scenario, scenario 4, with an increase of Fix-It funding by about 7%. This funding comes from non-highway and significantly guts that program to the bare minimum requirements. The result of this plays fairly negatively in most categories, with the exception of state of good repair and adaptation. Next slide, please. So I went through those fairly quickly, and I apologize, but really I wanted to leave those with you to look at longer term. What we'll spend probably a little bit more time soaking in on is the summary across the scenario. So next slide, please. So as shown in the arrows in the previous slides, we do see differences between scenarios. However, those differences are not always significant. And this chart helps to illustrate why. The light blue squares in the bar chart, so the squares in the middle, show the play between scenarios. So that's the range of need that you're able to meet with the various scenarios. So those proportions are relatively small. That's why we're seeing kind of a small shift between scenarios. This also shows that the needs are far greater than available funds. And so we took information from our statewide plans and other sources that say, what are our total needs? The bar at the bottom shows current funding or sources outside the STIP. Again, the light blue is showing the play we have between scenarios, and the red is the remaining unmet need. And these are all kind of annualized to the same level. Next slide, please. So while needs far outpace funding, and while there may not be a lot of swing in between the scenarios in terms of addressing that need, you do see some real differences. So this slide illustrates how conditions can improve or be negatively impacted under each scenario. State of good repair, which is the first one shown at the top. Today, about 70% of ODOT's pavements on priority routes, so that's a subset, that's not all pavements, but on priority routes are in fair or better condition. Scenario 4 can improve that ratio, while scenarios 1 and 3 lead to slight backsliding. For multimodal, the other chart shown here at the bottom of the slide, the impact of the scenarios and the time it will take to complete the biking and walking system is significant. Scenario 2 cuts the time frame in half, while scenario 4 more than doubles it. Then moving to the indicator on the right, deferred backlog. So this is looking at how costs may increase over time when we don't invest today. So what's that deferred cost? Deferring activities like preservation can lead to exponential cost increases, whereas we may not be able to save an asset and instead have to replace it. So there's many dimensions to look at as we think about the benefits and trade-offs across. You'll see between state of good repair and the multimodal side, the way that different scenarios play on benefits or negative sides is kind of opposite one another. So that's part of the trade-off to weigh and consider. Next slide, please. So this chart shows in color blocks the same thing that the arrows showed you in the individual results. So basically, when I flip through those individual results, it showed you a green arrow up if something improved, or a red arrow down if something was worse than the baseline. So this is all in comparison to the baseline. So it gives you a sense of, for the various outcome areas, if we change the way that we're funding from the way that we're doing it today, do things improve or do they get worse? And you can see, again, there's a pretty strong correlation between certain categories of when they're positive or when they're negative. Next slide, please. So as you consider what you think about the results, the slide that I just showed, you may wonder, how could some of the outcomes be enhanced? So you might have looked at the previous slide and you say, man, I really like this scenario, but it's showing red for outcome so-and-so. What this graphic is trying to show is how much you change that. So if you want to improve an outcome area, what bucket of funding might you focus on? As a reminder, these are all based on how money was spent in 21 through 24, so the previous STIP cycle. That's the relationship we got out of looking at real projects to see how they positively or negatively contribute to the various areas. So policy changes for, say, the Fix-It program and focusing more on adaptation, or the safety program and focusing more on disadvantaged areas, can lead to slightly different outcomes than what's shown here. But that's a policy choice on the program. But what we see from current spending today is that greenhouse gas reduction is most positively impacted with increases to non-highway. That enhance has a mix of many different types of projects, but many of the capacity increases may negatively affect greenhouse gas emissions. As I said before, Fix-It has a kind of one-to-one relationship with adaptation and also state of good repair. Congestion relief is benefited by investments in the Enhanced program, but also non-highway and some safety projects that address intermittent delay. Social equity and multimodal mobility, as I mentioned earlier, we put these two things together. Benefited by non-highway, equity and multimodal mobility also benefited by Fix-It. Bikes and transit buses use the same facility as cars. So making sure that those roadways are in decent condition is also key to making sure those modes are viable. And safety projects as well that especially address vulnerable users and other needs. For safety, and Travis made this point earlier, of really we have safety ingrained in everything that we do, and it's really evident in what we found in the results. So it just shows that when you have a top priority for an agency, there are ways you can really integrate it into everything you do, so that every single investment program that we have here can benefit safety. The direct benefits, most direct, come when you put money in the safety pot. That money can be focused strategically on fatalities and serious injuries. but you get many co-benefits by investments in the other areas. And then state of good repair, again, benefited by the Fix-It program. Also, many safety investments can help with that. And then when in cases where enhanced is funding capacity expansion, that's more roadways to take care of, so a slight negative impact there. Next slide, please. So, but before turning you loose to chew on results, which will be the slide after this one, I thought it might be helpful to emphasize some of the key findings. So as you've seen in the charts and the one here shown on the right, the needs far outweigh available funds. There's a number of historically underfunded outcome areas. So we've looked at a couple of different cycles to see progress towards meeting needs. The top ones that tend to be underfunded include climate change mitigation and multimodal mobility and social equity. There are key relationships between funded categories and outcomes. So non-highway, most benefits greenhouse gas mitigation, multimodal mobility, and social equity. Fix-It, most benefits state of good repair and adaptation resilience. Specific to climate change, and you may ask, why do you have one specific to climate change? What about the other areas? One, it's me presenting. The other one is because the executive order is what directed us to do this kind of analysis in the first place. So I did want to highlight how the results show for greenhouse gas mitigation. So scenario 2 has the highest potential positive impact, while scenario 4 has negative impacts for greenhouse gas mitigation. That said, on the climate front, it has the most positive for the adaptation side. Next slide, please. So the final slide that I will show you, and I'm more than happy to flip back to any of the others and talk through those. This is a summary chart, and it's slightly different than the one I showed earlier. So this one includes the baseline in the mix, because thinking that you may want to consider that. The analysis that we did yielded scores. The scores aren't shown here. We've kept it up at a higher level. And the shading was done really commensurate with those scores, relative of performance for each outcome area. So the highest score among scenarios is shaded as bright green. So if you're looking across the first category, like what scenario did best for greenhouse gas reduction? Scenario 2, it's the bright green one. What did second best? Scenario 3, safety non-highway, it's the light green one. Of the 5 scenarios, which one did worse? In the top one, it would be scenario 4, Fix-It, for mitigation. So that's the color correspondence. You'll see there's a difference between the bright red and the light red. The bright red is where you see a significant decline from the baseline. The light red is where it's pretty similar to the baseline in terms of what the score was, but it was the lowest score across the categories. So this just gives you a side-by-side so you can see how the different scenarios performed relative to one another. And our hope is that some of this information can help you decide if there's scenarios here that you want to throw out of contention. Maybe they're not right, or maybe there's 1 or 2 that look decent to you, but you want to modify. And maybe those bubble charts that I showed earlier can help you modify those. So I'll turn it back to Travis to go over the last slide in terms of the direction requested today.
Yes, thank you, Amanda. Yeah, it is time now for us to take feedback in any direction from the commission. We realize that we have given you a lot of information, and as a result, we're not looking for you to take action today. We don't need you to select a scenario or even weed any of them out. That will come in December after you've had time to reflect and review the public input that we receive over the next little over a month. What we would like, though, is to ask you a few questions and just have a conversation at this point. The bullets here list those out. The first is really, how should we weigh the trade-offs between the goals? Each of these scenarios, shows you where the scenarios do well and where they don't do as well. But the question is, should we be more heavily weighting some of the outcomes than others? Should we be heavily weighting GHG reduction? Should we be heavily weighting state of good repair? Some of the scenarios do really well in one area and really badly in others. And so we need to understand that element. Second area is really just some general thoughts on these scenarios and the analysis, as well as any further information you need next month or really in December in order to make an informed and good decision about which scenario to select. And of course, then, if there are any further modifications and refinements that need to be made to scenarios, in the past we've done that before the commission makes selections or on the day that you provide us that direction, we can always make modifications. But want to understand if there are other further refinements that we may need to go forward. So the path today is for you to give us that information today. We'd also would be very willing to offer any or all of you briefings to answer any further questions given the limited time we have today. And then we'll come back in December with the public input information, any further information you need, and ask you to make a selection of a funding scenario. That will be a necessary precursor to the final work, which is really to get down into the program level detail. You'll select an amount that will go to, say, non-highway programs, and then we need to come back and give you some more about how much goes to trails versus transit, or within the enhanced category, where are we going to be targeting that money? What type of projects are we looking at? And any other detail like that. That would come in January so that we can begin that work of selecting projects and scoping projects and getting out there and really beginning that project selection process. So I will stop there and turn it back to the chair so that you can provide any feedback and direction to ODOT to help you make this decision in December.
Thank you, Assistant Director Brower and Director Peets, for your presentation and the other presentations we heard. So I'll just open it up for questions and comments. Commissioners?
Chair, this is Commissioner Hendrick. I just had three quick clarification questions. I apologize if these are fairly rudimentary. So Metro Councilor Craddock sent us the letter and obviously provided some testimony this morning. I just wanted to make this is the request that she was making on behalf of Metro for a delay in this process until January, correct, Amanda? Okay, just want to make sure. And then secondly, on the baseline, since I know there was only one with alphanumeric grades that we could see, the baseline is current funding level and project implementation, and that grading is based on a formula that we apply, or ODOT applies to projects and funding, correct? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, Commissioner Henderson. So yes, so the baseline is the only one that shows grades, and those grades are derived by looking at the current mix of our funding and how we spent that funding on projects, and then credited to certain outcome areas and then compared to the need.
Okay, that's helpful. And then this is sort of a nuanced question on a couple of the slides. I think slide 20 and 21. Neutral is either equal or a gray or beige background, correct? So I'm assuming that the plus or minus the discrepancy there is negligible, is nominally different, correct?
Yeah, so Commissioner Henderson, so Michelle, if you don't mind flipping to the next slide. I believe your question was about this slide showing the trade-off.
Yeah.
So when it's not shaded or gray, it is relatively similar to the baseline.
Great. And that also implies to some degree to your, I think you're making the point that, for example, social equity or micromobility because safety, as Travis said, is imbued in everything that we do. There are marginal to larger gains in the safety area, even if they show up as neutral from a funding perspective specific to this chart and methodology. Is that correct? All right. I just wanted to make sure I was tracking correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Pardon me, Commissioner Henderson. Other questions or comments from members of the commission?
I have a few, but it's probably a deeper, like more of a dialogue. So I'll defer to Commissioners Smith and Brown to see if they have any first.
I just have a couple of thoughts, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith speaking. I guess I'm definitely going to want a deeper dive, and really, I'm not certain that I have absorbed all of this information because there's a lot here, and I applaud you for trying to put this into kind of a way for us to grapple with a lot of the trade-offs, and it's not an easy task. Looking forward, my gut reaction, for lack of a better word, is I am generally wanting to fund fix-it programs because I think preserving what we have is really critical, and it costs more to delay doing that. It also has some really positive effects for climate adaptation and resilience. But having said that, I'm also mindful of the impact that investing in non-highway has to improve our greenhouse gas reduction, social equity, multimodal mobility. And so my thought is I'd like to see kind of more money to fix it non-highway, and enhance. We all want that, of course, but to me, that's a little more icing on the cake in a lot of cases. And we've got all of this dedicated funding from House Bill 2017 that is huge in terms of enhancements. So that's just my initial reaction to what we've seen today. Having said that, I definitely am going to ask for the more in-depth briefing because I may not be catching some of the nuances that I should be catching. And those are my preliminary thoughts. Thanks.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Brown, questions or comments?
Well, yes, so I agree with Commissioner Smith, and I'm very concerned because we do have this problem with fix-it, and our roads need to come up to a condition that is acceptable. I, too, want to deeper delve into this and have some more conversations and briefing, and I'm glad that we're delaying this conversation a little bit because I don't feel I'm prepared to make a decision. And I need a little bit more information, but I'm going to hold off on any other comments at this point until I've had that briefing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner Brown. On that point, I would just say I think that we probably could all use a deeper dive, so I'm going to ask staff to schedule individual deeper dives. Even if you think you know a lot, there's probably layers here that we all need to appreciate. The other comment I'll make before I turn it over to the Vice Chair is I've asked a few times today about the future environment in which we're going to be working. This is candidly falling a little bit inconveniently in the potential gap, and again, I'm not predicting elections here, but we could be in a scenario where in 3 or 4 months, we've got some initial momentum on additional funding from the federal government, which, again, I say this almost every meeting, the federal government's got to get back in. in a big way on infrastructure in the country for a lot of reasons, including all of the reasons in the scenarios listed at the left: climate, congestion relief, social equity, multimodal, safety, state of good repair. If they go in, Mr. Sleeman showed us a slide where transit funding would be way up. I'm not saying it would be up as much as it needs to be to solve all transit problems, but that would be informative about this. So I do think I want to understand better what I realize we need to move forward, what our, even when we make decisions on this, how locked in are we? Because if we find that the funding pie moves on us, in that it grows and it grows in certain areas, it may cause us to want to revisit, and how do we do that, and how much are we locked in? Because I do feel like we're in a time that could change on us, and I don't want to be sitting here in March saying we made the wrong decision on 24-27, and we need, and if we're getting to a point where we're locked into it, that's a problem for me, at least. I suspect for everyone. So I think part of the deep dive is to figure out those scenarios a little bit. No one can tell you. We'll know more. I think none of these sessions should occur before November 4th or 5th or 6th. And in order for us to at least have some initial idea about what happened in the election. But I also, I do think we've got to understand where potentially we may be going, and try and take that into consideration in making these decisions, because frankly, and I think we'd all say this, all these areas need more money. And if you look at our investment strategy, which we adopted a couple of months ago, the OTC investment strategy, that's a 45-page report. This is one of the first things I mentioned to Commissioner Henderson to read. And in every single area, there's not enough money. So even on, while Commissioner Smith's right, there's a lot of money being put into enhance in the earmarked or the identified designated projects in 2017. It isn't enough, and in some cases there isn't any other than due tolling. So there's no additional upfront resource on 205, for example. If we do tolling, then there is some. So I'm not arguing the point that Commissioner Smith's making. I think it's a good point. Just saying even that could change depending on how quickly we get tolling in place or not. So I just think there's a lot of funding questions in the air that are maybe going to be clear in a year. And I know we can't wait a year, but we need to have some flexibility to flex to the environment we may be in a year. And I want to explore how much of that we can bake into this. So now I'll turn it to Commissioner Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Sounds like we got to get you to spend more time in D.C. whenever the world comes back to normalcy to a certain extent.
Now your territory.
But I wanted to lean back on Jerry, because and Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I saw it from a presentation you gave a while ago. It was either you or someone else, and I apologize if it wasn't you, but based on like planning efforts, and there's this trend for the future that I believe is what some would refer to, people would refer to as mega regions, and all those mega regions being connected via highway systems and high-speed rail. And I ask that because I feel like that's such an important element to everything we're doing today, because if that is obviously there's high-speed rail conversations for the Pacific Northwest between BC, Washington, and Oregon that are already happening, and I'm feeling like this is something that's only going to continue, and so I'm really trying to figure out how it is we approach our planning efforts, which is really tied to all these scenarios of tomorrow, but obviously looking at the policy work of today in order to lay the groundwork for that. But obviously, Chair, as you alluded to, we're essentially, this is great information and intel, and insight for us. But at the end of the day, we're kind of stuck right now for the next few weeks until we see what our future holds, not only here locally but also nationally. And so I don't know if Jerry's still on, but I just wanted to, if she knew about that or if she was the one that shared that with me, I wanted to kind of highlight that because I feel like it has a direct impact on all of these different things that we're talking about here as it relates to the future of our transportation system and how humans get from point A to point B.
Jerry, are you on?
Yeah, I had myself double muted. Sorry about that. Technology challenged.
No problem.
So, Vice Chair Simpson and Commissioners, I'm not sure that I was the one that shared it with you, but that is some ongoing work that Federal Highways is doing and looking at mega regions around the nation. And there has been some preliminary work done for a mega region that essentially runs the I-5 corridor from Portland to Vancouver, BC. So pretty much following the rail corridor. In some studies, it sort of goes down to Eugene, but most of the times it's really stopping at Portland. Portland being part of it, but stopping and not going any further south. So they are trying to understand where sort of some of the modal hubs, what those might look like and what the impact of that is. Because as part of that, they're really looking at sort of what the population growth is going to be. And I think this is particularly important for Washington State. The other part of this, and I don't know that if Amanda's done any work yet, and it's something we're going to do as part of the update of the Oregon Transportation Plan, is the potential of, we refer to them as climate refugees, right? So if some of our southern states really start to get a little too hot, you know, the temperature in Phoenix anytime during the summer, are we going to see some changes, and what might that mean to our population? So I know as part of the OTP, we're going to be looking at some of those potential demographic changes. One of the things that we're really looking at doing, and I don't know if this answers your question, Commissioner, when we update the Oregon Transportation Plan, is that we want to look at regions. We actually did a white paper on economic regions around the state, recognizing that our needs just look a little bit different, right? You can't even just do urban and rural, but how we look at our economic regions differently. So I think as part of the update to the plan, we're trying to be a little bit more creative about what does the future look like. And we also did a white paper that's finished around demographics, because I think that is going to be one of the bigger things that we really have to look at with regards to the modes that people are going to use as well. So you're going to see that part of the scenario work as part of the OTP. And we're probably, we're hoping the first of the year to kick off that conversation, but we're probably a year out before you start to see any of the commission seeing scenarios of the OTP work. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but I'll keep trying if you need more.
No, I think it's spot on, because and the chair alluded to obviously us being able to have some flex, because no matter what, obviously our responsibility is here to work on policy, and whatever policies we're working on, we want to ensure that we're focusing on policies that we know will obviously benefit or provide more prosperity in the future. So we just lay the groundwork now. But I think it's really important that as you're talking about human population patterns and how the future of planning and development works around these economic centers or economic regions, as you had, I think you called it, this is really going to be tied directly to what we do. But again, there's nothing that we can do to box ourselves in. These are our realities today as we're looking at the screen here. But I think, I don't know if it's a policy shift or whatever we need to do, Chair, Director, you may even need to chime in, or others, but I do believe whatever we decide on, and I know we're going to punt this a little bit on the decision making around STIP 2427, but whatever we do decide on, I definitely do believe we need to have some flex in there to be able to pivot if need be, just because of the rapid pace in which our society operates in today and the changes we see that happen at the blink of an eye every single day, every single minute. So that would be my only suggestion as we continue to work through these allocations and try to come up with the best scenario we believe as policymakers for the state's transportation system that'll most benefit all of our stakeholders in the future.
Yeah, I think that from my perspective, Vice Chair, the challenge we face is we have all of these projects, whether they're enhance or fix it, or even non-highway, require lead times that are substantial. And looking at the best examples we saw today were in the urban mobility presentation, where they're showing us timelines that are out to mid-decade, late decade of the current decade or beyond. And so the agency needs some certainty that we've made a decision, we're going to do this list that runs directly counter to some degree to the world's changing. And we need to, so if it changes dramatically in a year's time, we need to be able to flex without driving our Cooper's division crazy with having it. No, not this, that. No, not the yellow one, the green one. No, we don't want the green one. We want the striped one. And then, the agency's like, the commission doesn't know they don't know what they're doing. So we face both the need for long-range planning and some certainty about what we're building and when, so we can actually build it correctly. That runs counter to some extent to a rapidly changing world. And that has not been the case as much in the past as it is today.
Yeah, and I think at the next meeting, and Travis and Jeff add here, but at the next meeting, I think we can talk to you about how we do project selection to a certain extent and scoping, and I think you'll see there is some flexibility before you actually develop the actual cut line and what goes into the draft SIP. That does come at a cost of scoping more projects and setting expectations if we actually do a project list that's a little bit bigger depending on the category. So I think there are some options, and in the past commissions have also set aside a little bit of funds for just development of projects. So we sort of have them sitting on the shelf in hopes of new money. So I think we've been pretty creative in the past to try to address some of these unknowns, and I'm sure we can be prepared in December to highlight some of those opportunities. So
that would be great. That would be very helpful, Jerry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I might add, if I can take just a moment.
Yeah, Director Strickler, please.
I'm sorry. So I'd look to Mr. Brower, Ms. Bohart, and Ms. Peets to openly correct me if I misstate something here, but I'd offer just a few things. And at the risk of being vulnerable and embarrassed if they tell me we can't do that, then certainly I'll stand corrected. But my thought is this: it feels as though in our in-depth briefings and our conversations, there's more to come out in this discussion, and that there's more dialogue we can have about what the opportunities are and what might exist come future. We want these general guidelines in place so that we know as we're going through project selection and bringing things before you that it fits within the values base that you have, much like the work that we've been doing on the strategic action plan. My guess is if we talk about new revenue sources or an increase in revenue sources or some kind of federal infusion of funding, which is kind of at the core of what we're talking about here in some realm, that we'll have the ability to be dynamic and adjust there, and it might allow us to have some ongoing opportunity for what those increased funds might be. I'd also say that if there's a wholesale shift in what funding eligibility might make or might become available, I would say, certainly an opportunity to come back and revisit discussions to make sure that we're accomplishing the goals that we're searching for. And the last thing that I would say is this: there may be opportunities within this, because I know that this was the starting of a significant amount of effort, and there's been a lot of effort that got to this point, but it's probably still early. And I know that there potentially, or I feel like there would potentially be opportunity to maybe even blend a few of these different options based upon your feedback. So at that point, it's probably worth seeing whether or not I have misstated anything for the other three, but if not, hopefully that's helpful for next steps.
Director Strickler, Chair Ben Brocklin, I think Chris is absolutely right. And I would just give you the example that back in the 1821 STIP, The commission took action on that STIP. And then about a year later, Congress passed the FAST Act, which had moderately higher funding levels. As a result, we came back to you after you had already approved a STIP, and came back and said, okay, you've already approved this base of funding. We have this additional increment. How would you like to spend that additional increment? The same thing happened after the passage of HB 2017, where the commission, you may have already locked yourself in on what the base amount in the STIP was, but any additional increment of funding at the state or federal level is a further conversation where we can iterate with the commission and bring back that discussion and allow you to pivot in perhaps a different direction because there is at some level a base amount of money we need for certain functions on the system. And then when we receive additional money, it allows us to rethink where that additional money may need to go. So to your point, Chair Van Broeklen, if the federal government does step up, we have a lot of opportunities to have that dialogue with the commission and change direction to some degree.
Good, thank you.
The thing I would add to that, because I can't remember which STIP it is, there's been too many in my life right now, but the commission's even done foreshadowing, right? Of, okay, so they make a decision on the program levels as it is, and then they go, but if we get more money, we want it to go into climate, we want it to go into fix it, whatever decisions you make. So even as you make decisions in January, you can give a foreshadowing of should there be extra funds where you'd like to see them go. So I think there's a lot of opportunity and flexibility to, once we know where you all really want to head at the end of the day, for us to work through that.
Good comments. I appreciate it in response to our comments, and I think those are all thoughtful. So the next step, I think, is post November 4th or 5th. Let's have the early November. Let's have the individual briefings, and then we'll take it from there in terms of the December, January meeting schedule and what we do at each meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Does that sound good to the commission members?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Henderson. Yeah, sure.
As I've been listening to this conversation and certainly after my original briefing, just to give me a rudimentary understanding, I would, even though I heard your admonition and I agree with you that post-election is going to be the best and most informative conversation for, I think, the vast majority of you, I would appreciate, if it's not too much trouble, to Director Strickler and his team to do a little bit of a deep dive on baseline for me to make sure that I'm level set so that whatever scenario, and to Jerry's point about, sort of foreshadowing or forecasting, depending on a number of different variables that happen over the next few weeks, it would be helpful to me if that's okay with you.
Sure, that's fine with me. And that is certainly the case with any commissioner who would prefer to go ahead of the election. I mean, I understand, Commissioner Henderson, your situation just coming in. I remember my first meeting on the commission was final approval of the 21-24 STIP, and it was like the first item. And so the first thing I did was vote on something that I had, I would say, minimal insufficient maybe knowledge. Sure. So you're not quite where I was, but you're in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
So
Thank
sure.
Wait a minute, are we talking about first meetings? Did someone say first meetings?
First meetings.
I'm just kidding. Travis and Jerry know a lot about.
So the other thing is, if people want multiple briefings, that's also, I think, open. We want to make sure this is a big decision about a substantial amount of money, and we want to there are only 5 of us, so we each carry 1/5 of the vote. So we need to make sure we're prepared to decide. So if you need more than one session, I'm sure that Travis and Jerry and others would be happy to sit with us and talk about it on a one-on-one basis. But yeah, don't hold back till after the November if you really want to meet ahead. I guess I'd just speak for myself. I'd like to wait until after the election. Okay, other comments? All right, we thank you so much. That was very helpful. I think there's a lot here to chew over, and we will. So that brings us to our final item of the day, and that is a presentation from Susan Bladholm of Friends of Frog Ferry. So Susan, I see you're in the room, the virtual room. So I'll turn it over to you. Yes.
Okay, great. So Commissioners and Chairman Brocklin, thank you very much for your time today. We have good news to share with you, and I especially want to thank the ODOT staff that we worked with on the STIF grant, the Statewide Transit Improvement Fund grant, that actually helped pay for our operational feasibility study and finance plan for the Friends of Frog Ferry. So it's been about 2 years since we presented to you. It was in November of 2018 when we first were talking about this concept. We actually started on this work about 3.5 years ago. And today we want to talk about this amazing opportunity to expand our transportation network at what we believe is a fraction of the cost of other modes. And candidly, I've been told over the past 3.5 years, we just don't know if operationally this can be done. We think it will cost too much. Well, our nonprofit board said, let's go ahead and find out, what will it take? Can it be done, and how much will it cost? And now today, in sharing at a very high level these findings, indeed it is possible. I believe that Michelle, who we've been working with, thank you so much, Michelle, has shared with you our video, which is brand new and encapsulates really the passenger experience. And you received full copies of the report as well. There's a lot there. So if we could go to the next slide there, Michelle. Just at a high level, I want to take you through our timeline. So back in 2017, we were just wondering, why don't we have a ferry service? And many of you may recall, I've had about 32 years of experience in transportation infrastructure and economic development here in the state of Oregon, having served in leadership positions with the Port of Portland, with the state of Oregon at Business Oregon, as well as with Erickson, a global helicopter company. We reached out to transit leaders to include many at ODOT. And they agreed it was a good idea, but said, we just don't have the capacity to lead this, and we suggest you pursue it. So in 2018, we conducted quite a bit of research. We created our board. We consulted with a number of maritime experts up and down the West Coast, as well as nationally. We started our outreach, which has grown exponentially, and we hosted our first press conference. That press conference really generated an incredible amount of support from the private sector in particular that said, we want to go ahead and sign on and help you from a pro bono perspective. And so we were kind of pleasantly surprised by that. In 2019, we were indeed awarded our 501c3 status. We did, with your help and support, receive the award for the STIF grant. PBOT committed the match for $40,000, and we were told by our public transit agency partners, there are 3 key reports you need to deliver on. And the first one was a best practice case study report, which we delivered a little over a year ago. That can be found out on our website. And then going down in the orange, you can see a demand modeling study that we had Metro run with the help and support of TriMet and PBOT. And then the third one is really this operational feasibility study that we're going to take you through today. We had 3 key goals that our board chartered for 2020, and you can see them outlined here. Really, the first one is making sure we have the funding and conducting the operational feasibility study and finance plan. The second one is securing a public agency sponsor for a federal ask. And then the third one is starting to build out a pilot project proof of concept to launch in June of 2022. Next slide. So for the overall buckets, you can see that we're still just kind of wrapping up a lot of the discovery process. We have built out 8, and we've just added a 9th team of about 160 pro bono, just professionals that have really helped to move our effort forward. We've delivered about $5 million at very little taxpayer expense to date in value. And then looking ahead to the coming years is planning and building out that pilot project, soliciting federal funding. I like to note that so many of our transit projects, road and rail related, are a 50-50 match of federal funding to local funding. For ferries and the FTA passenger ferry fund, that's an 80-20% match, and for some of the opportunities, even more than that. It could be a 90-10 or even to 100%. So there are funding opportunities out there. There are 36 states that regularly tap into federal funding, and Oregon is one of the 10+ states that don't tap into that on a regular basis. And then we're looking to fund and conduct a triple bottom line and passenger ridership profile report early in this next year, with the goal of launching a public ferry service in the summer of 2024. Next slide. Ultimately, we have the greatest goal here is connecting people to our riverways. It's really kind of unclear at times who has jurisdiction over the river. And we know that river cities are really special. And the fact that our community here was founded at the confluence of 2 rivers, and we really tapped into our native history. And Frog is based on the Tunica mythology. And the symbol of Frog is he represents good fortune and is credited with teaching the local people for how to fish. And so we believe we have a great opportunity to communicate and educate about our native past, as well as the value of the river. Next slide. So at a high level for our mission and objectives. So this is obviously, safety is going to be our guiding principle here, and sustainability in all ways we define it. This is a public passenger ferry service. So this is not privatized. The intention behind this from day one has always been to have an accessible ferry service available to all and affordable for all. This is a passenger ferry service only. So this is not for autos, but only for people and their bicycles. And including in some of the leading objectives here, we know in the era of a pandemic that resilience planning has become even more important, and so we've moved that up on our objectives. We know that for river cities, having vessels or equipment and resources on the water is considered a best practice. And this last summer, with the help of Soren Garber, who I believe is listening on this call, who is specialized in emergency response planning efforts, he wrote the City of Portland plans for last year. He actually worked with us on a white paper that we have on our website talking about the value of having water-based resources. We think there's a really important social equity benefit here. And Vice Chair Simpson, 2 years ago, you asked about our outreach throughout the community, and it has been really a leading factor for us in reaching out early and often. For disadvantaged communities, for neighborhoods, for communities of color. We have a community outreach team that has really made that outreach a key priority. We now have about 120 people actually as part of that outreach effort, and they're creating a community benefit plan that will be folded into our operational plan. I mentioned the story of Frog. Relatively speaking, a low operational subsidy we're going to get to in just a minute, the time and cost efficiency of a public-private partnership, of course, the iconic presence we could provide on the water. We know, as you all do, the importance of transportation is just a fundamental pillar to a healthy economy and community. The reduction of greenhouse gas emissions is pretty remarkable for ferries and inducing people to leave their cars behind. The benefit to the tourism industry that has been decimated due to COVID Traditionally, there's an uptick of about 30 to 50% in business during the summer months, during the visitor key months. That opportunity to tap into federal funding, fostering stewardship of the rivers, and then our governance is loosely modeled on the Portland streetcar, which was founded in 1994 as a nonprofit public-private partnership. And Dan Bauer, who's the executive director of the Portland streetcar, actually serves on our board to provide some guidance. And for their governance structure, the rails and the streetcars are owned by the city of Portland, which tapped into the federal funding, and then the operations are contracted to TriMet. TriMet has clearly told us we're not in the ferry business. We don't want to be the operator. And so we are recommending as part of this feasibility study that we contract operations out to a ferry operator. Next slide. So this is an animated map that provides a perspective of the 9 different locations. I know for this platform we're using today, it's a little bit pixelated, so I apologize for that. You can find this embedded also on the homepage of our website. And it is connecting from Vancouver all the way down to Oregon City. And I think a lot of times people look at this map and think, oh, this is a linear map, and the ferry would start at one end and stop at each location. And actually, we're suggesting more of having express services, perhaps with one stop for commuters in the morning and the evening, and then it could be crisscrossing the river during the day with an on-demand service for locations such as the Oregon Convention Center or for OMSI. So next slide. So for this operational feasibility study, there were 2 key questions we needed to address. From a feasibility perspective, can a ferry be operated on the Willamette and the Columbia Rivers? How much would it cost, and how do we suggest paying for it? So that's really the outcome for here today. So next slide. So with that, I'm really delighted to introduce to you John Sainsbury. John is with the Maritime Consulting Partners. He has more than 25 years in this space. I think growing up, his father was the executive director of the Washington State Ferry System. John's based out of Seattle. He's worked with many new starts for ferries across the country. He has guided and mentored me for about 2 years prior to us actually being able to pay for his time and expertise. And so with that, John, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Can everybody hear me all right? Is my audio good? I hope.
Yes, your audio is good. Audio is good.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
And thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited to summarize the findings of our study. But before I do that, I'd like to just acknowledge the team that was involved in this effort. It was led by Susan, of course, but also included Andy Jansky of Flowing Solutions, who's a Portland-based civil engineer, does a lot of the local dock design and construction projects. Soren Garber, who Susan mentioned earlier, with Soren Garber and Associates, who's transportation consultants. And then myself and Michael Doctor, my colleague at Maritime Consulting Partners as well, we're on this team. The team's objective for this study was just that. It was an objective study. We came in at looking at it with 2 goals in mind. First, simple question of, is this technically feasible? And then the second part of that was, what's the financial viability of that system once we were able to determine whether it was technically feasible? So today I'm just going to quickly go through kind of the key elements of those questions. That includes an overview of the route. What challenges and opportunities were we able to identify when we looked at the route? how those challenges influence the vessel designs and the schedule, and then finally the shoreside infrastructure, the terminals and the docks. And that all helped us to develop kind of a picture of what this system could look like. And therefore, we were able to develop a financial plan based on that picture that would give us true CapEx and OpEx picture for a 5-year period. Okay, next slide, please. So the very first thing we did was look at the route itself. From Vancouver to Oregon City, it's 21.6 nautical miles. There's a whole host of variables that we needed to look at, and they included everything from vessel traffic on different legs of the route, how constrained it was, vertical clearances, navigational hazards like debris, and wake sensitivity. But before I go into those, I want to kind of create a picture for everybody. So you see the picture of the full route there on the screen. But imagine this route kind of split into two. And if you look at the middle of the route right in the downtown Portland core, heading south all the way to Oregon City, consider that as the upper river. And I'm going to refer back to the upper river frequently. And then you take the rest of the route from Portland downtown core north to Vancouver and consider that as the lower river. And the reason I'm making that distinction is because they are very different. The lower river and the upper river, the challenges are different. And that influences the type of vessels that are required on those different routes. And that really drove the direction that our study took. Once we had realized that there were these fundamental differences between the upper river and the lower river, it took us, the team, in a very specific direction. And that's one of the key points that I want to cover today. Okay, next slide, please. So the first thing that we realized when we had determined that we had this kind of upper river and lower river situation was that we really needed two classes of vessels in order to deal with the challenges, the different challenges on the upper river, while making, as much of a, more maximizing the capacity of the vessels that we can run on the lower river. So what we ended up with was basically for the upper river, a class of vessel that's slightly smaller, more maneuverable, produces a lower wake energy, and could still fit under the vertical clearance of the steel bridge, which we determined to be the maximum height to be 14 feet. The lower river, by contrast, not nearly as constrained, not as much dense of traffic, particularly recreational traffic on the river, allowed the vessel to be bigger and therefore carry more passengers. We still need to have a hull design that is tailored towards reducing wake energy. We still need the vessel to fit under the steel bridge. So there are still some common traits, but the main difference there is we're able to make it a little bit larger. And these are some examples you're seeing on your screen of existing vessels around the world that represent this low wake catamaran design that's low profile, single passenger deck. Next slide, please. So then this takes us next to the operating schedule. And I'll go back to this concept of an upper river and a lower river. And what we did was we basically bifurcated the route into those two sections, with an upper river route and a lower river route that both emanate from the downtown core of Portland, with the upper river route heading south and the lower river route heading north. By doing this, it also allowed us to attain two of our key objectives. And those are transit times and maximum headways. For transit times, we wanted to maintain the upper river route at no more than a maximum of 30 minutes. That's if we included the interim stops. Likewise, for the lower river route from Vancouver to downtown Portland, we wanted to maintain that at no more than 60 minutes transit with interim stops. By bifurcating the route into these two separate routes, we were able to achieve those two objectives. The other one was to maintain headways at no more than 30 minutes, and headways being the amount of time that elapses between departures at any given location. So if somebody were to miss their boat by a minute, they're not going to have to wait any more than 29 minutes for the next boat to arrive. And the reason for these objectives, the transit times and the headways, mainly is for, competitiveness with other modes of transportation, and also to ensure that there's a lot of flexibility for commuters who have to make links to other transit modes. So by basically developing two routes, two classes of vessels, we're able to accomplish that. Next slide, please. So then this takes us to kind of the last element, which are the shoreside infrastructure, and it starts with the terminals. And when we talk about terminals, this is what you're seeing on your screen here is a rendering of the Port of Vancouver's Terminal 1. This is courtesy of the Port of Vancouver, their development plan, and it shows their concept for a terminal. And when I go into talk a little bit about infrastructure in a little bit, I'll point back to this as an example. But the first thing we look at with terminals is location. Not only does it provide access to the river, but is it serving the target market or the neighborhoods that we're trying to provide this service to. The next thing we look at is accessibility. And when we talk about accessibility, it's how well does the system and the location of the terminals link to other modes of transportation, whether that's buses, rail, parking lots, or just as important, bicycle routes. And then the final piece to that accessibility is that critical last half mile. So if somebody's getting off their bus, what's the distance that they have to go to get to that terminal, and can they walk it? Is it safe? Are there hills? And that also applies to bicycles as well. And then the final element that we analyze for the terminals is the infrastructure. And so I'll point back to these renderings. And as you can see, it's not your standard or typical terminal as most people would think of a structure. Modern commuter ferries really don't need a lot of shoreside infrastructure. Think open spaces, very minimal infrastructure. We need to make sure that there's good access, but also security, good lighting, electronic ticket kiosks, and maybe some amenities such as some covered queuing areas, particularly in the Northwest where we have, a need for that. So in looking at all the terminal sites, it was very easy to establish, what the minimal requirements would be for infrastructure, and that really there's not a lot of need for build out. The last piece of that critical infrastructure are the docks themselves, and including the access ramp. And we can go ahead to the next slide, please. So the docks represent the safe transfer of your passengers from those terminals to the vessel. And when we looked at all the existing docks, and some sites there are no existing docks, but we looked at the existing docks at several of the sites. We made recommendations for modifications that would improve the traffic flow, ensure that they met ADA guidelines, and were safe for transit by pedestrian passengers. And wherever possible, hopefully those modifications, if they could be made, would bring those docks into and make them useful for the ferry service. In other cases, we provided alternative concepts. The one you're looking at here is concept for Cathedral Park Landing. And it's fairly standard for a small commuter passenger ferry, and really would meet all those requirements for passenger safety, security, and good traffic flow for the passengers. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just go back to the initial question, and that was, is it technically feasible? And the short answer is yes. And keeping it very simple, it is, there are challenges. Well, we did identify challenges. We also identified opportunities while we were doing our assessment. But there were no hard barriers. There was nothing that came out as a red flag to us and said, there's just no way we can overcome this. Going through the process, it shaped how we were viewing the system and how it would work. And we were able to overcome any obstacles with available technology or operating procedures. And at the end of the day, we felt like this is a system we can now model in a financial model. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Susan to talk a little bit about that.
Great. Thank you, John. I so appreciate your being a partner throughout this project. Michelle, if you can take us to the next slide. So at a very high level, the key takeaways, and I do encourage you to look through the reports that you have there. And for those who may be watching, John just covered some examples, but you can find then those renderings or recommendations for each one of the stops that we had taken a look at. And again, those proposed 9 stops aren't something Frog Ferry came up with. It was working with all of the transit agency partners. So they really are the ones that directed us based on need and demand. And so the key takeaways of the recommendations are a schedule of 7 vessels, so 6 operating at a time with 1 spare. And so based on capacity at 50 to 60% capacity and the schedule, John's work has netted out at about 800,000 passengers per year. So the capital costs, there's a pretty remarkable pro forma and CapEx that's included in the report at just under $40 million. That would include for CapEx the planning, engineering, the vessel and equipment acquisition, the training, the regulatory environment. For operating costs, it's at about $6.8 million a year for labor, fuel, insurance, maintenance, technology, marketing, communications, and training. On the annual subsidy, taking into consideration the ticket revenue, other revenue opportunities, at about 45% of cost, which is pretty compelling. So our overall annual subsidy would be at about $2.5 million a year. So, 3 years ago, we heard folks in the transit industry say, oh gosh, ferries are so much more expensive than other modes of transit. And actually, that's a bit of a myth, particularly here for the Portland area when we take a look at it. And so there's one thing to take a look at operating costs, but particularly when it comes to the capital construction costs and looking at that riverway being there. I know that as ODOT commissioners, you're looking at, pretty extraordinary and really big decisions you're making when it comes to infrastructure investment. But for ferries, it is, relatively speaking, pretty low. So our cost per passenger, not ticket price, but cost per passenger is about $8.50 per seat. And that average passenger ticket price would be about $5. An honored passenger ticket price for seniors, for low-income passengers, for students, for veterans would average about $3. Next slide. So for next steps, we obviously want to take the lessons learned from this plan and map it to funding opportunities and an operational plan. And we are just finalizing a timeline that's really our final piece of the finance plan that we'll be submitting to TriMet, which is our STIF grant sponsor, and we so appreciate their support on this. And I know Commissioner Henderson has been a leader at TriMet. We need to secure that public agency sponsor for federal funding. That ferry grant opportunity typically is due in March. And then we need to secure funding and conduct the triple bottom line and ridership demand report. And we do have plans underway for a pilot project to start as early as June of 2022. And we're currently talking with potential partners and sponsors. And next slide. So really wrapping this up, we know that water transit is one of the most economical, energy efficient, and environmentally friendly transportation modes for river cities. I was watching your prior presentation and can see that your goals very much align with ours. I know this has been an incredibly challenging year for Oregonians, and particularly in your leadership position. I want to thank you as a fellow citizen for your work to make Oregon a better place. I believe we share the same ethos here of trying to make our region an even better place to live. So thank you for your time. We welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, John, for a great presentation. We appreciate it very much, and thanks for circling back to us as you finish this component of the work. Let me just open it up to members of the commission for questions or comments. I guess I had one, which is, did you look at all at using the upper and lower rubric for the lower, maybe starting with the lower river and doing a loop, and then thinking of the upper river as a phase two, in other words, have a multi-phased project that had an initial phase to build ridership and visibility, and then a second phase. I guess in that way, you would have a loop from Vancouver down to Salmon or maybe OMSI or someplace. With OMSI, you get to the Tillicum, which gives you that transit stop there right near the OMSI. So maybe OMSI to Vancouver, and then have the upper river phase be a secondary phase. Just curious whether that entered into your thinking or whether you want to do it all in one phase.
So thank you, Chair Rockland. Absolutely, there are lots of different factors that go into the phasing of this. We're working closely with the landowners that have jurisdiction for each one of these 9 locations, and we've heard from many other locations that have expressed interest. For phase 1, we're really looking at that pilot project and it being Cathedral Park, the dock there that serves the St. John's neighborhood and Cathedral Park. They have transportation challenges there right now. Going to OHSU Pre-COVID, according to the OHSU leadership, there are 500 employees that commute out of St. John's and Cathedral Park neighborhoods to OHSU. Today, during COVID, closer to 300 people. That timeline by bus is over an hour to get there. We could be delivering them in 24 minutes. It is an underserved community. And so with a fairly substantial population actually living under the poverty line, we have 47% of that population report as non-white. And so we think that community is really right for this opportunity and providing the access from that community to some of the better paying jobs in the downtown core. It's a very large senior community there as well, and needing to get to doctor's appointments, and the veteran community, even up to the VA. Right now, the VA hospital officials talked about how difficult it is for a number of their patients to get there and find parking. So that's where we start. And then we're certainly looking in conversations based on the current infrastructure available and that land side partner, as well as the demand factor. And that's part of that ridership modeling we need to do. So a very practical perspective. That's how we're pulling it together. It's not so much us pushing the plan. This is more of a pull strategy of working with those neighborhoods, working with our public agency sponsors, and the landowners, those that have jurisdiction, sometimes it's Portland Park or it could be the city of Lake Oswego, to where this fits within their timeline as well. John, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I mean, I think you summed it up well. I think the question is, in reality, is that's usually how you need to approach these things, is to phase them in. And there's a lot of different variables that we need to look at, but it's definitely probably how it will end up happening.
Incrementally, it sounds like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So other questions?
I had a quick one.
Mr.
Susan, good
Simpson?
to see you again. It's been a while. And thanks for the presentation and the update. I had other than I don't want to spend a lot of time, but obviously those are some pretty significant numbers in terms of price tags. But I was curious whether or not if you had talked to anybody on the Washington side, since that is the origination location at the Columbia River, where the bridge is. I don't even know what to call it these days, but let's just say the bridge across the Columbia River. And I would assume a lot of the users would probably be Washingtonians, those coming from Clark County, potentially for those that maybe work downtown or other parts across the region. And maybe that's the first step of their transportation network that they use. Have you talked to anybody on that side at all related to this matter?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Simpson. Absolutely. John, I think, first came down 2.5 years ago and presented to a group of Vancouver business leaders. And the vision really was to start from Vancouver for phase 1 to downtown Portland core. And in my previous life with the Port of Portland, I worked on the High-State Bridge project, and knowing that we have 135,000 vehicles a day, Monday through Friday, crisscrossing that I-5 bridge, and 35,000 now commuting into the downtown core of Portland. Right now, a new dock is part of the Port of Vancouver's master plan, and really the Port of Vancouver has been our primary sponsor there. I have certainly met with Eric Holmes and talked with him on several occasions, the city manager there, Mayor Anthony Ogle. We have several letters of support from Vancouver business leaders, to include the Vancouver Downtown Association as well. So absolutely. Until COVID hit, I was in Vancouver about a day a week.
Thank you, Susan. Other comments or questions?
Yes, Chair. This is Commissioner Brown.
Yeah. Commissioner Brown, please.
Yes, Susan, I had a couple questions. If you were part of our discussion, our prior discussion, one of the things that we're struggling with is is really trying to figure out how we can maintain our transportation system even at a level of good repair, and adding additional modes. I guess the question I have for you is, what are your thoughts on finding additional operating funding in the future? So a lot of times pilot projects are easy to fund as far as getting the capital and to get some of the operating dollars, but then how do you maintain that? And the reason I ask this is we struggle with our passenger rail in the state of Oregon. So I was just kind of curious on what your thoughts are for additional funding.
Absolutely, and that really is the big question for this, without a doubt, on the operations. And you can see in the finance plan how we do have a 10-year operating budget there that you can take a look at for the needs. And so it would likely be going back to, for instance, the city of Portland, could be like the Portland streetcar, or it may be other jurisdictions for it. We are taking a look at HR 2 right now for federal funding, which is considering operational support as well as part of the federal infrastructure bill that Congressman DeFazio has posted. But looking at the cost per passenger, and looking at when you say, well, $3 million a year, but relatively speaking, in comparison with our other operations, which we need. We are transportation proponents. We're big supporters of the I-5 bridge and the need for a new bridge. Relatively speaking, it's a small amount. But in order for this to be a public ferry service and accessible to all, it does mean that we're going to have some meaningful public funding in, because we definitely feel like the private sector and the foundation community has really stepped up to get us this far.
Okay.
I have a quick question, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Commissioner Smith, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith here. It's kind of a random question, and it may be too early in your process, but did you look at the vulnerability of your system for a Cascadia earthquake event and what those risks or outcomes might be?
Actually, it's an excellent question, and one that's really near to my heart, having been with a global helicopter provider that specialized in emergency response efforts. 25 plus years ago, I was on the state of Oregon emergency response team, as well as my work with the Port of Portland, and I was there during 9/11. So we do know that in the event of a major catastrophic event, that having equipment by air as well as on the water for River City is a real advantage. And so I question anyone that says this bridge is going to remain standing, this one won't. It's very, very difficult to know, but that's a big part of that white paper that we created. So even looking post 9/11, there were more than 500,000 people that were evacuated from ground zero for this. So we didn't write anything specific to Cascadia Rising. I certainly have been part of a number of those conversations from my previous life, but we spoke to that 2 years ago when we were here before you, that having those resources on the water is really, really important. And right now, looking at Multnomah County Sheriff and what the city has, the harbor master doesn't have really a designated boat, even for their use. You need to have equipment, you have to have the staffing, and you have to have the fuel. And so could it be that we've got a vessel that's trapped between two down bridges and can't get anywhere? That could be. But we do know we will have residents that will be stranded on either side. And so the event is, how do you pull all three of those resources together to deploy in order to move people? And yeah, you can tap in likely to some private vessels, but the problem is fuel. We have so few access areas on our river system because it's so underutilized right now, and very little infrastructure when it comes to fueling. So that's part of why an operation like this, it can be so beneficial in the event of a major earthquake.
Thank you, Susan. Are there other questions of the commission or comments? Okay, well, Susan, thank you again very much. A great presentation. We appreciate your getting back with us now after a couple of years of work, and we look forward to hearing where it goes from here.
Thank you. We very much appreciate your time and consideration and helping to fund this very important study. It's been instrumental in our work. So thank you for your service and leadership.
Thank you. And thank you, John, as well. I appreciated your participations. So with that,
thank you.
Thank you. Unless there's other issues, other business before the commission, is there any? Not at the moment. Okay. So with that, we will adjourn today's meeting and have a great weekend, everyone.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.